7 dangerous places Carl Jung says you must avoid to stay mentally strong. As Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." In today's fast-paced world, staying mentally strong isn't just about discipline, it's about awareness. There are certain environments, patterns, and people that quietly drain your energy and distort your sense of self. In this video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore 7 dangerous places, not just physical, but emotional and psychological, that Jung warns us to avoid if we want to protect our peace and evolve spiritually. Have you ever felt your energy shift around certain people or places? Drop a comment and share your experience below. Let's dive into this journey of deeper awareness and personal growth together. 1. The echo chamber. An echo chamber is not just a room, it's a mindset. It's any space, digital or physical, where the only voices you hear are ones that agree with yours. Social media feeds, group chats, even family dinners can become echo chambers when no one questions, disagrees, or offers a different view. In such spaces, challenge disappears, and with it, so does growth. Carl Jung warned of the danger of collective thinking, where the individual is drowned by the chorus of the crowd. When everyone thinks the same, we stop thinking altogether. What we call harmony is sometimes just conformity in disguise. The comfort of agreement is seductive. It feels like safety. You don't have to defend your views, explain your feelings, or confront your blind spots. But this kind of safety comes at a steep cost: your evolution. When you are never stretched, your mind becomes rigid. When you are never challenged, your soul becomes stagnant. Echo chambers may look peaceful on the surface, but underneath, they are prisons built from fear. Fear of being wrong, fear of rejection, fear of change. In today's world, it's easy to live in these bubbles. Algorithms feed us more of what we already believe. Friend groups form around shared ideologies. Families pressure us to stay within inherited thinking. But over time, something within you begins to fade. You lose your curiosity, your thoughts grow stale, your ability to reflect weakens. Jung believed that true inner strength comes from facing discomfort, not avoiding it. That's why echo chambers are so dangerous. They keep you spiritually asleep while convincing you that you're awake. The deeper danger is this: when you spend too long in a space where you are always right, you forget how to grow. Growth demands friction. It comes from hearing something that shakes you, from encountering an idea that unsettles you, from standing in a room where you're no longer the smartest or the safest. That's when you begin to reflect, to question, to transform. But echo chambers don't allow that. They train you to protect your identity, not evolve it. So what can you do? Seek out people who disagree with you, but respect you. Read books that argue against your beliefs. Expose yourself to unfamiliar perspectives. Let yourself be wrong, and let that humility soften you. Jung said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." But you can't even begin that process if you've never stepped outside your reflection. Echo chambers create illusions of truth, of unity, of strength. But real strength comes from within, not from external agreement. Mental resilience is forged through tension, not repetition. Spiritual wisdom arises when we leave the crowd, not when we echo it. The more we allow challenge into our inner world, the more our spirit awakens. Echo chambers may protect the ego, but they starve the soul. And you were not born to echo, You were born to evolve. Have you ever stepped outside your echo chamber and challenged your own beliefs? If so, share what you discovered in the comments below. Your insight could inspire someone else's awakening. If not, comment, "I'm ready to grow." And let's begin this journey of independent thought and spiritual expansion together. 2. The comparison arena. The comparison arena is one of the most dangerous places for your soul because it doesn't look like a threat. It looks like motivation. It disguises itself as ambition, but slowly drains your self-worth. You don't even realize you've stepped into it. One scroll on social media, one glance at someone else's life, and suddenly your own life feels too small, too slow, too behind. This invisible space becomes a mental trap where your value is constantly measured against someone else's success, beauty, relationship, or wealth. And in this illusion of competition, your inner peace starts to vanish. Carl Jung's concept of individuation, the sacred process of becoming your true, whole self, is completely shattered in this arena. Because the moment you begin comparing, you are no longer becoming you. You are performing for a life that was never yours to live. Instead of listening to your inner wisdom, you begin chasing timelines that don't belong to you. You feel like a failure, not because you failed, but because you've been convinced someone else's definition of success is the only valid one. Social media fuels this illusion endlessly. It's not just the photos, it's the subtle message behind them. This is how life should look. You begin to feel behind in your healing, your career, your relationship status. But what you're seeing isn't reality. It's a carefully curated highlight reel. And yet, you compare it to your full, raw, unedited life. In doing so, you create a quiet war within yourself. You start wanting things not because they bring you joy, but because they bring approval. And that is the moment you start living a borrowed life. Spiritual wisdom teaches that your path is sacred and unique. There is no race, no competition. When you're trapped in comparison, you lose touch with your authentic desires. You forget what lights you up. Your choices become reactions, not reflections. The noise of the world drowns out the voice of your soul. You start mimicking success instead of defining it for yourself. The result? A life that looks good on the outside, but feels empty on the inside. Comparison also robs your joy, even in moments of achievement. You graduate, get a new job, reach a milestone, but instead of celebrating, you look to the side and ask, did they do it better? That question doesn't come from the truth. It comes from wounding. Jung believed that when we abandon our inner compass for outer approval, we become fragmented, divided between who we are and who we think we should be. The only way back is to stop performing and start listening. Step by step, reclaim your rhythm. Let go of the timelines, the pressure, the borrowed definitions. Return to what feels real and true. Measure your growth by who you were yesterday, not by who someone else is today. You are not behind. You are on your own divine schedule. You are not lacking. You are learning. You are not late. You are aligning. And when you finally leave the comparison arena, you don't just find peace, you find yourself again. If you're ready to step out of the comparison arena and reclaim your authentic path, comment below, "I choose my own journey." And if this message spoke to you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more wisdom on living true to yourself. 3. The masked circle. There are places where your spirit doesn't scream, but slowly fades. These are the environments where you're required to perform, where survival depends on suppressing your truth and presenting a carefully constructed version of yourself. You smile when you want to scream. You agree when your heart aches with disagreement. You nod, comply, adapt all, because deep down, you fear that showing your real self might cost you the connection you crave. In such spaces, the mask becomes your ticket to safety. But safety, in this form, is soul-crushing. Carl Jung called this mask the persona, a necessary interface with the world, yet dangerously deceptive when mistaken for your identity. The more you wear the mask, the more you become it. You begin to forget the feel of your own raw voice. You abandon your emotional instincts just to maintain approval. And slowly, without realizing it, the line between who you are and who you pretend to be begins to blur. You feel the exhaustion, not just in your body, but in your soul, an invisible fatigue that no sleep can cure. You might find yourself in a job where emotional detachment is rewarded, or in a family where authenticity is perceived as rebellion, or among friends who only celebrate the version of you that keeps things light and unchallenging. These environments are not necessarily abusive in the traditional sense, but they are profoundly unwell for the soul. Because spiritual sickness isn't always loud. Sometimes it's the silence of your truth, unspoken for too long. In these masked circles, you begin to experience what Jung warned us about: isolation amidst people, emptiness in places of supposed belonging. Because it's not your real self being seen, it's your edited self being tolerated. And while this may offer short-term peace, it robs you of long-term freedom. You were not meant to shrink to fit inside other people's comfort zones. You were not meant to suffocate behind a smile. And you were certainly not meant to abandon yourself in the name of keeping the peace. Over time, this suppression becomes a form of self-betrayal. The disconnection is not just emotional, it is energetic. Your aura dims, your intuition dulls, your creativity dries up. And the worst part? You normalize it. You convince yourself that this is just how adulthood feels, that masks are part of maturity. But deep down, a quiet rebellion stirs. A part of you begins to ache, not for escape, but for truth, for the sacred right to be whole again. Spiritual awakening often begins here, not with fireworks, but with discomfort. A whisper that says, "This isn't me." A sacred ache that reminds you, you are not here to perform. You are here to become. You are not here to be liked. You are here to be real. And the moment you honor that discomfort, the mask begins to crack. Not because you're broken, but because your truth is finally rising to the surface. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Have you ever felt like you had to wear a mask just to belong? Let's talk about it. Your story might help someone else feel seen. 4. The silent home. Some homes don't break you with violence, they break you with silence. In these places, love is not spoken, only assumed. Emotions are not welcomed, only buried. You grow up hearing instructions, not encouragement. Silence replaces comfort, and emotional connection becomes foreign. Carl Jung believed that where there is no emotional expression, there can be no true strength. A home like this doesn't teach you how to feel. It teaches you how to hide. This kind of household may look perfect from the outside. The bills are paid, the chores are done, and the children are well fed. But inside, there's a cold distance that words never cross. No one talks about feelings. No one asks if you're okay. And if you do speak up, You're told to toughen up, to be quiet, to stop being dramatic. Slowly, you begin to internalize the silence as normal. You begin to think your emotions are a burden, and so you bury them. But what's buried doesn't die. It transforms into anxiety, detachment, and emotional confusion. Jung called this repression, and he warned that it leads to fragmentation of the self. When you're not allowed to feel, you begin to split. One version of you smiles and performs, while the other hides in silence, longing to be understood. The child raised in a silent home becomes the adult who doesn't know how to receive love, who pushes people away, who distrusts softness, not because they are cold, but because they were taught that love has no voice, no warmth, no presence, only duty. Think about how this shows up in real life. You meet someone who is successful, composed, even kind but emotionally unavailable. They struggle to talk about their feelings. They freeze when conflict arises. They ghost people not out of cruelty, but out of fear. That's the result of being raised in emotional silence. No one ever taught them how to feel safe in connection. No one ever said, "Your emotions matter here." But silence, when endured too long, becomes a form of emotional starvation. And starving the psyche is no different from starving the body. It weakens you, even if you don't see it right away. Jung believed that emotional safety is the soil in which the soul grows. Without it, the inner child withers. You become guarded, overly independent, and ashamed of needing care. But needing care is not a flaw. It is part of being human. Breaking free from the silent home means breaking the rules it imposed. That love must be earned, that pain must be hidden, that emotions are weakness. You do this by creating spaces where your truth is safe, where you are allowed to cry, to speak, to feel. You begin to reparent yourself. You surround yourself with people who value emotional honesty. You speak words that once felt dangerous. I need help. I'm hurting. I want to be understood. And with every word, you reclaim the voice that silence tried to take from you. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Silence is often unconscious, a pattern passed down for generations. But you have the power to break it. You are not here to carry emotional invisibility any longer. You are here to feel, to express, to become whole. Are you ready to break the silence and reclaim your emotional truth? If so, comment below. I choose to express, to begin your journey toward healing and inner freedom. 5. The chaotic space. The chaotic space is a mental and emotional battlefield disguised as everyday life. It's not always loud in the traditional sense, but it's filled with a relentless hum, notifications buzzing, deadlines approaching, people demanding, screens glowing, and your thoughts spinning faster than you can keep up. In this overstimulated environment, your mind becomes fragmented, scattered across tasks, tabs, and to-do lists. You begin to forget what peace even feels like. Stillness becomes uncomfortable. Silence becomes threatening. So you keep moving, not because you're growing, but because slowing down feels unsafe. In this state, you don't just lose time, you lose yourself. You become a responder to life, not a creator of it. Jung warned us that true meaning doesn't come from speed, but from depth. Yet in this chaotic space, there is no depth, only motion. You're always catching up, never arriving. And the voice of your soul, the one that speaks in whispers, not shouts, gets drowned out by the constant noise around you. You scroll to escape your thoughts, multitask to feel productive, and avoid solitude like it's a threat. But all of it is a distraction from the truth inside you that's begging to be heard. Spiritual wisdom reminds us the soul doesn't compete for your attention. It waits for your stillness. But when the world has conditioned you to equate rest with laziness and busyness with worth, sitting still becomes an act of rebellion. You avoid quiet because quiet reveals. And what it reveals may make you question everything you've been distracting yourself from: your purpose, your pain, your truth. That's why the chaotic space is dangerous, not because of what it contains, but because of what it hides. Living in constant motion leaves no room for reflection, and without reflection, there is no transformation. You become like a tree, with shallow roots easily shaken, disconnected from the nourishing soil of your own inner wisdom. And over time, your spirit begins to dim, not from a lack of effort, but from a lack of alignment. You're doing everything, yet feeling nothing, surrounded by noise, yet lonely within. To reclaim your strength, you must reclaim your stillness, not by escaping the world, but by choosing to pause in the middle of it. Create moments of sacred silence. Protect your peace like it's your most precious resource, because it is. In that quiet space, you'll find clarity. In that stillness, your soul will rise again, not scattered, not afraid, but whole. If you're ready to reclaim your inner stillness in a world of chaos, don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom that helps you slow down, go deep, and hear your soul again. 6. The abandoned self. Self-abandonment is one of the most silent yet spiritually damaging patterns we carry. It doesn't announce itself loudly. It slips in quietly through daily compromises, those moments when you ignore your instincts, override your emotions, or nod in agreement just to keep the peace. Over time, you begin to drift away from who you truly are, living a life shaped more by others' expectations than your own essence. You wear masks so well that even you forget what your face once looked like underneath. Carl Jung warned that the parts of the psyche we ignore or reject don't disappear, they manifest. What you suppress returns, often disguised as anxiety, illness, emotional numbness, or sudden despair. These symptoms are not random. They are your soul's way of sounding the alarm, of saying, you've left yourself behind. Jung called this the emergence of the shadow, the collection of exiled aspects of your personality that you deemed unacceptable, too sensitive, too bold, too real. And until these parts are seen and integrated, they will continue to sabotage your sense of peace from the inside out. This is why people who seem fine often feel secretly hollow. They've traded authenticity for approval. But make no mistake, there is nothing mature or noble about losing yourself to be liked. Real growth begins the moment you stop betraying yourself in the name of being loved. When you choose your truth over temporary comfort, you initiate a deep spiritual awakening that can't be undone. The moment you return to yourself, the healing begins not from outside validation, but from inner reunion. People-pleasing might feel like kindness on the surface, but spiritually, it's self-erasure. Every time you silence your truth, you train your nervous system to fear your own voice. And that fear seeps into everything: your relationships, your creativity, your sense of purpose. Slowly, you stop making decisions from your intuition and begin reacting from survival. You show up where you're needed, not where you're nourished. You become reliable to everyone but yourself. Reclaiming your inner voice is not rebellion, It's repair. It's not about becoming selfish, but becoming whole. When you finally stop abandoning your feelings, your desires, and your instincts, you stop leaking energy into spaces that were never meant to hold you. You stop searching for home in other people because you've remembered how to return to yourself. There is no spiritual awakening without self-honesty. And honesty means asking hard questions. Whose life am I really living? Whose approval am I sacrificing myself for? Which parts of me have I silenced just to stay accepted? The answers may hurt, but within that discomfort lies liberation. To integrate your shadow is to become powerful in ways the world may not understand, but your soul will never forget. Have you been silencing your truth for too long? If you're ready to come home to yourself, comment below. I choose to reclaim my inner voice. 7. The Forbidden Room. There is a hidden space within you, not in the outside world, but buried deep in your inner landscape. Carl Jung called it the shadow of the room of repressed memories, buried emotions, and unhealed wounds. It holds everything you've tried to forget: the childhood pain, the heartbreak you never processed, the anger you weren't allowed to express. You tell yourself it's in the past, but the truth is, what you suppress doesn't vanish. It waits. It hides in your habits, your reactions, your fears. And the more you avoid this inner room, the more it quietly takes control. Jung warned that what you resist not only persists, but will grow in size. When you ignore the shadow, you hand over your power. Your past begins to influence your present in ways you can't see. You may believe you're making free choices, but many of those choices are just reactions, subtle attempts to avoid pain. You overwork to avoid feeling unworthy. You settle in relationships to avoid abandonment. You shut down emotionally to avoid vulnerability. And all the while, the shadow is pulling the strings, using your silence against you. A woman once said she didn't understand why every relationship she had ended with her feeling unseen. It wasn't until years into her adult life that she realized she had grown up invisible, constantly pleasing others, afraid to be a burden. Her inner child was still in that forbidden room, still asking to be seen. That room didn't just hold her pain, it held her pattern. It shaped her identity until she chose to walk back in and face it. To Carl Jung, healing didn't mean eliminating the shadow, but integrating it. The goal isn't to destroy the parts you don't like, it's to understand them. When you bring light into the darkness, what once felt like a monster becomes a wounded part of you that simply needs compassion. Spiritual awakening is not about bypassing your pain. It's about facing it. It's about sitting with discomfort, with honesty, and asking, what part of me have I abandoned? You cannot become whole by rejecting parts of yourself. Avoiding the shadow may feel safe, but it fractures your spirit. The room you avoid is where your strength is buried. Your creativity, your passion, your true voice, it's all there, behind that door. When you open it, not in fear, but in courage, you reclaim your wholeness. This is the journey Carl Jung calls us to. Not to run from pain, but to meet it. Not to hide from our past, but to learn from it. Because the forbidden room isn't where you lose yourself. It's where you finally find the parts of you thought were lost. If this message has stirred something deep within you, leave a comment of courage. I'm ready to face my shadow and heal what's been hidden. Your journey to wholeness begins with one bold step inward. Remember, the places we choose to dwell both physically and emotionally can shape the strength of our minds and the peace of our souls. As Carl Jung wisely taught, true mental resilience often comes from knowing not just what to seek, but what to avoid. If today's message spoke to you, don't keep it to yourself like this video. Share it with someone who needs to hear it, and let us know your thoughts in the comments below. For more insights on spirituality, mental strength, and awakening your inner power, make sure to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos. Stay conscious, stay strong, and until next time, take care of your energy. Carl Jung and Fated Love. How to know if that person is for you. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Have you ever met someone who feels like they were meant to cross your path? As if your souls recognized each other long before words were spoken? In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we'll explore how Jung's profound insights into the psyche, projections, and synchronicity can help you understand whether that powerful connection in your life is true love or simply unresolved wounds disguised as destiny. Before we begin, share in the comments. Have you ever experienced a connection that felt fated? Let's journey inward together to discover how to recognize the difference between illusion and soul-aligned truth. 1. Fated connections are mirrors, not coincidences. Certain people don't just enter our lives, they interrupt them. They don't feel like strangers. They feel like déjà vu wrapped in skin, like echoes of something ancient we've forgotten, but somehow still feel. Carl Jung taught that these intense, magnetic connections are not coincidences. They are the psyche's way of calling attention to what lies hidden beneath the surface. These people appear not to fulfill our fantasies, but to reflect our unfinished emotional business, to mirror our unconscious patterns, our unmet needs, our forgotten wounds. That's why fated love can feel so overwhelming. It's not just attraction, it's recognition. When a connection hits you on a soul level, it often reopens old chapters you thought were closed. You might feel pulled, triggered, even confused. But this isn't a mistake, it's a message. Jung believed that the psyche sends us signals through people, nudging us towards self-awareness. The more intense the relationship, the deeper the reflection. You're not falling for them. You're falling into yourself, into the parts you've avoided. These people awaken what was asleep in you: your vulnerability, your fear of abandonment, your need for control, or your longing to be seen fully and loved anyway. Take a moment to recall someone who entered your life and stirred everything up. Maybe they didn't stay, maybe they couldn't, but their presence cracked something open. You started asking deeper questions. You started noticing patterns that repeated not just with them, but across your entire relationship history. That discomfort wasn't punishment, it was guidance. According to Jung, we project the hidden parts of ourselves onto others, and through those projections, we have the opportunity to become whole. But only if we pay attention. Fated connections demand self-inquiry. They force us to sit with contradictions. They don't come wrapped in clarity or stability. They arrive wrapped in emotional intensity and uncertainty. But that's the point. They wake us up. They make us choose between staying asleep in our patterns or rising into conscious love. And even when they end, they leave us altered. You begin to see yourself more clearly. You stop begging to be chosen and start choosing yourself. You stop fearing solitude and start honoring your standards. This is not romantic tragedy, it's psychological alchemy. So while the world obsesses over finding the one, Carl Jung invites us to ask a more transformative question. What is this person here to show me about myself? Fated love isn't always about lifelong partnership. Sometimes it's about soul-deep transformation. And sometimes the greatest love story you experience is the one that awakens you to your own inner truth. Are you beginning to see the deeper meaning behind your connections? If this message resonates with you, comment below, "I see the mirror," to affirm your awareness and growth. 2. Love is a pathway to inner growth, not escape. Carl Jung believed that love is not meant to complete us, but to awaken us. True, fated love doesn't rescue us from loneliness. It reveals us to ourselves. It breaks through the layers we've carefully built to protect our wounds, our longings, and our forgotten truths. When someone enters your life and stirs your emotions so deeply that you feel both joy and chaos, it's not necessarily a sign of romantic perfection. Instead, it's often a soul-level signal that something within you is ready to be healed, transformed, or finally seen. In Jungian psychology, relationships that feel destined are not accidents. These people show up to mirror our inner landscape. They reflect back the parts of ourselves we've ignored, the pain we've buried, the fears we've denied, and even the potential we've never dared to claim. This mirroring is not always comfortable. It can be disorienting, emotional, even painful. But it's also sacred, because in that reflection, we're invited to grow, not by changing the other person, but by confronting ourselves. The intensity of fated love often comes from its symbolic weight. These connections feel ancient because they are woven with archetypes that live in our collective unconscious. It's why you may feel like you've known someone forever, even if you just met. It's why you can feel an inexplicable pull toward them, even if logic tells you to walk away. Their presence triggers deep emotional memory. This isn't about past lives or fantasy. It's about your soul recognizing a pattern it needs to resolve, evolve, or integrate. Not all intense love is meant to stay. Some people are here to open the door, not walk with us through it. But that doesn't make their arrival any less meaningful. In fact, these short-lived, soul-stirring encounters often leave the deepest marks. They force us to ask hard questions, confront old stories, and rediscover parts of ourselves we lost. Through their presence, and sometimes through their departure, we're guided back to our own emotional truth. Spiritual wisdom teaches us to shift our focus from possession to purpose. Instead of clinging to a person out of fear of loss, we learn to honor what the connection awakened within us. The heartbreak, the bliss, the confusion, they're all part of the transformation. We stop seeing love as something to keep and begin seeing it as something that teaches. Each relationship becomes an initiation into deeper self-awareness. When we embrace this lens, love stops being about fantasy and becomes a sacred journey. It becomes the fire that burns away illusion. It becomes the mirror that reveals our shadow and our light. It becomes the spiritual catalyst that pushes us toward wholeness, not because someone else completes us, but because they help us remember that we were never broken to begin with. Through this kind of love, we don't just find another person, we find ourselves. And that, Jung would say, is the true purpose of fated connection. Have you ever loved someone who helped you grow, not escape? If so, share your story in the comments to inspire others. If not, comment, "I'm ready to grow through love," and begin your journey of inner awakening. 3. Synchronicity and projection. Define relationships. Jung's concept of synchronicity, a meaningful coincidence, helps us understand why certain people feel like destiny. When you meet someone and it feels like the universe has placed them in your path for a reason, it's often more than just chemistry. It's your unconscious mind trying to reveal something hidden inside you. At the same time, Jung also introduced the idea of projection, where we unconsciously cast parts of our inner world onto others. That means the intense feelings you experience may not actually be about the person in front of you, but about the unhealed or unexpressed parts of yourself they reflect. You might believe you're falling in love with someone because of who they are, but in many cases, you're drawn to what they symbolize, perhaps a missing part of your emotional life, a quality you've suppressed, or even a deep wound longing to be healed. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." These seemingly destined relationships often serve as mirrors, showing you what your soul is trying to awaken within. They are not accidents. They are invitations for spiritual awakening. When someone enters your life and shakes your core, it's easy to label it as fate. But the deeper truth is that these people often come as catalysts. They trigger transformation by touching your most vulnerable places. Some activate joy, others awaken grief, and many do both at once. They might not stay, but they ignite something permanent: awareness. That's why these connections feel unforgettable. They are soul encounters, even if they don't end in lifelong partnership. But not every intense connection is true love. Some are projections of your unmet needs. When you lack self-love, you might be pulled to those who reflect what you crave: validation, protection, intimacy. These people don't complete you. They reveal what you must complete within yourself. Real love requires presence, not illusion. It starts when you stop searching for someone to fill the void and instead begin integrating what you once disowned. That's when you shift from blind fate to conscious choice. You begin to see clearly who is actually standing before you and what within you is responding. This is the heart of spiritual wisdom, the understanding that not every love is meant to be held, but every love is meant to teach. The people who break you open often give you the pieces to rebuild yourself more whole. Some souls are not here to walk with you forever, but to awaken the part of you that forgot how to walk alone with grace. So when you ask, why did they come into my life? Consider this. Maybe they were never meant to stay. Maybe they were meant to reflect your soul back to you, so clearly and so powerfully that you had no choice but to finally see it. If this message has helped you see your relationships more clearly, subscribe to our channel and join a community that explores the deeper meaning behind love, timing, and soul connection. Here, we grow together in insight and spiritual wisdom because the people we meet are never random, and neither are you. 4. Painful relationships can be soul activations. The ones who hurt you the most often carry the hidden keys to your transformation. Not because pain is noble or justified, but because it reveals the parts of you that still need healing. Emotional wounds in relationships are not always signs of failure. Sometimes they are sacred invitations, urgent awakenings that force you to look inward, deeper than you ever dared before. Carl Jung said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." And in love, this becomes strikingly clear. The person who shattered your sense of self may have unknowingly opened the door to your real self. Heartbreak has a way of stripping away illusion. When someone triggers your deepest insecurities, fear of abandonment, feelings of inadequacy, the desperate need to be chosen, it may feel like torment. But beneath the surface, something else is happening. You are meeting the parts of yourself you had disowned. You are confronting the buried narratives from childhood and past wounds that you once covered up with the idea that love would save you. In Carl Jung's language, this is the moment when the shadow rises to be seen. The relationship was never just about them. It was a mirror, reflecting what was hidden within you. A woman named Maya once believed she had met her twin flame. The chemistry was magnetic, the connection instant. Yet, the relationship quickly descended into chaos. He was hot and cold. She felt emotionally starved. Still, she stayed, hoping love would fix it. What she didn't realize was that the emotional starvation wasn't new. It was old. It came from a father who was emotionally unavailable, and a mother who taught her love meant sacrifice. This man, unknowingly, reactivated the pain she had spent her entire life avoiding, and in doing so, he brought it to the surface, where it could finally be seen and healed. Carl Jung believed we attract people who reflect unconscious parts of our psyche. He called it projection. We project our unmet needs, our wounds, even our potential onto others. And when they disappoint us or abandon us, we're not just grieving them, we're grieving the dream, the healing we thought they would bring, the parts of us we hoped they would love into wholeness. But in that disappointment, we find ourselves. We stop outsourcing salvation and start the journey of individuation, becoming our truest, most integrated self. Painful relationships are not detours from your path. They are the path. They burn away illusions. They crack open numbness, and they invite you to grow. You don't need to romanticize suffering, but you can recognize its role. The love that hurt you may have been the catalyst that led you back to yourself. You may not have chosen that lesson, but you can choose what you do with it now. When you look back, you'll see that the moment everything broke was also the moment everything began. The ones who leave you aching are sometimes the ones who awaken you completely. That is the paradox of growth. Through loss, we discover our wholeness. Through projection, we retrieve our soul. And through love, especially the painful kind, we step into a deeper spiritual awakening. One Carl Jung understood not as a dream, but as a lived psychological rebirth. Comment below. I welcome soul activation if you're ready to turn pain into purpose. And if this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom so you never miss a moment of growth and healing. 5. True love accepts, heals, and expands. Genuine love doesn't try to change you into something more convenient. It meets you exactly where you are, unfiltered, unfinished, and still growing. It doesn't flinch at your shadows or cling only to your light. Instead, it embraces the full spectrum of who you are, your doubts, your scars, your laughter, your silence. It doesn't rush to heal you or offer advice from a pedestal. It simply stays with presence, with patience, and with emotional honesty. In the realm of spiritual wisdom, this kind of love isn't just rare, it's sacred. It doesn't seek to possess or fix. It listens, it learns, it evolves beside you, not ahead of you. There is no pressure to perform or to be perfect. You're allowed to be raw, real, and in the middle of your transformation. This love holds space for contradictions, for the parts of you that want to move forward, and the parts of you still clinging to the past. It doesn't demand resolution, it offers resonance. It understands that spiritual awakening isn't about reaching a finish line, it's about deepening your presence along the way. That's why fated love never feels like force. It feels like freedom. The kind of freedom that allows you to exhale, to release the armor, and to stand bare-souled without shame. Healing within this connection happens not because someone tells you what to fix, but because they reflect back to you a truer version of yourself, one you may have forgotten. They become a mirror for your strength, your softness, and your soul. They hold you, not to shape you, but to remind you that you are already worthy of love, even in your becoming. And the more you feel safe, the more you soften. The more you soften, the more you grow. That is the quiet power of being seen and still being held. True love expands you by grounding you. It doesn't overwhelm your nervous system with highs and lows, or confuse drama with passion. It invites you into stillness, into depth. You begin to notice the divine in everyday things, how they speak, how they hold your gaze, how they listen without interrupting. You become more intuitive, more attuned to your own needs, and less willing to betray your peace for temporary affection. There's no facade to maintain, no mask to wear. You become more you because they love all of you. This love doesn't seek forever for the sake of forever. It seeks alignment. Sometimes that means a lifetime. Other times it means a chapter. But regardless of length, the impact is eternal. It shifts you. It wakes you. It teaches you how to stay present with your own soul. Not every fated connection will stay, but every one of them leaves a mark that makes you wiser, softer, and more whole. In the end, spiritual wisdom reminds us, real love doesn't demand your surrender. It teaches you how to return to yourself freely, bravely, and completely. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on how true love accepts, heals, and helps you grow into your highest self without pressure, without perfection, just presence. 6. The role of anima, animus, and archetypes. In your search for love, have you ever met someone who felt like a missing piece of your soul, so magnetically familiar that it almost seemed destined? If so, you're not alone. Carl Jung, the Swiss psychiatrist and founder of analytical psychology, believed that these powerful attractions often have less to do with fate and more to do with the unseen energies moving within us, specifically our inner masculine and feminine forces. Jung called these unconscious aspects the anima and the animus. The anima is the feminine image within the male psyche, while the animus is the masculine counterpart within the female psyche. They are not just abstract ideas, they are living energies shaped by our upbringing, personal experiences, culture, and even collective history. And without realizing it, we project them onto others, usually onto those we fall in love with. This means that when you feel a sudden, overwhelming connection to someone, what you may actually be experiencing is your anima or animus reaching out from within you, appearing in the outer world, embodied in another person. It feels divine, like destiny, but it's actually your own psyche seeking wholeness. This is not to say the connection isn't real, but it may be rooted more in your inner world than you initially think. Jung wrote, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." This transformation often begins through projection. We idealize the other person. We believe they complete us. But this illusion eventually fades. What once seemed like spiritual perfection may begin to feel like confusion or disappointment. That is the moment when the spiritual awakening begins, not when you meet them, but when you begin to see them clearly and choose to love them as they are, not as your unconscious made them appear. To love consciously is to reclaim your projections. When you integrate your anima or animus, you no longer need someone else to reflect it for you. Instead of seeking wholeness in someone else, you become whole within yourself. And from that space, you can enter a relationship rooted not in fantasy, but in reality, one where both souls see, support, and elevate each other. The archetypes within us, lover, hero, healer, mother, magician, are not just stories. They are psychological blueprints. They influence who we're drawn to and how we show up in love. If you're unaware of these archetypes, you may unconsciously play out the same emotional patterns again and again, mistaking spiritual wounds for spiritual signs. But here's the truth. Not everyone who feels magical is meant to stay. Some are mirrors, some are messengers, and some are meant to awaken parts of you that you forgot existed. The more you become aware of your inner archetypes, the more clarity you'll have about why certain people enter your life and why some are not meant to stay. So if you find yourself asking, is this person the one? Ask first, what part of myself are they reflecting? That question may lead you to a far more transformative answer. Because love, as Jung would remind us, is not about fusion, it's about individuation. It's the sacred process of becoming whole, not by merging with another, but by integrating the lost parts of yourself. This is where spiritual awakening begins, not in the arms of another, but in the quiet realization that everything you've been searching for externally has always lived within you. And once you reclaim it, love no longer becomes about finding the one. It becomes about being the one fully, freely, and consciously. And if this message resonates with you, type, "I embrace my inner wholeness" in the comments to affirm your journey of conscious love and integration. Let's awaken and evolve together. 7. Letting go is sometimes the real healing. Some people don't enter our lives to stay. They arrive to awaken, to shake the soul, to ignite something we didn't even know was asleep. Carl Jung once said, "We meet ourselves time and again in 1,000 disguises on the path of life." And sometimes, that disguise takes the form of a person we fall deeply for, someone who stirs something ancient within us. The connection feels electric, spiritual, even fated. But with time, we come to see that what they brought was not forever, but a turning point. We often mistake intensity for destiny. When someone feels so deeply familiar, like we've known them across lifetimes, it's tempting to believe they were sent to complete us. But Carl Jung reminds us that the unconscious mind attracts exactly what it needs to evolve. These people come into our lives as mirrors reflecting our unhealed wounds, hidden desires, and dormant potential. They challenge our identity. They awaken parts of us that we abandoned long ago. And sometimes, once their purpose is fulfilled, they must go. A woman I once knew met a man during one of the darkest seasons of her life. He was magnetic, introspective, soulful, and wise beyond his years. It felt as though the universe had orchestrated their meeting. But soon, the highs became chaotic, and the emotional connection turned volatile. She couldn't understand why someone who felt like home could bring so much confusion. But when he left, she was forced to face herself. That pain cracked her open. She began healing the parts of her that were never about him. She stepped into her purpose. The loss became the very thing that led her to her spiritual awakening. Letting go isn't a weakness. It's alignment. It's the recognition that love doesn't always mean possession. Some people are chapters, not the whole book. We don't need to label every deep connection as forever. Some are meant to serve as bridges between who we were and who we are becoming. And trying to hold on after the lesson is learned only delays the growth. When we release someone with clarity and compassion, we make space for wholeness. The ache may linger, but the soul understands. Real healing begins when we no longer beg for their return, but thank them for showing us what we needed to see. The love was not in the staying, but in the transformation it sparked. Carl Jung's work reminds us that the soul's journey isn't about perfect endings. It's about the truth. And truth often reveals itself in loss, in silence, in the space after someone leaves. That space is sacred. It is there, in the quiet aftermath, that we return to ourselves, not broken, but reborn. If you're still here with me, comment below. I'm returning to myself. Your words matter, and they help us grow a community rooted in healing and self-awareness. 9. You must choose yourself. First, the love that is truly meant for you doesn't arrive when you're desperately seeking it in someone else's eyes. It begins the moment you stop abandoning yourself. You've spent years twisting your truth to be more palatable, shrinking to fit someone's expectations, silencing your intuition just to keep the peace. But the moment you finally say, "No more," something shifts. Choosing yourself is not an act of arrogance. It's the highest act of spiritual devotion. Because when you stop chasing validation and start honoring your own truth, you don't just change your relationships, you change your energy. And energy never lies. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakens." This is the very essence of spiritual awakening. When you live outwardly, always reaching, pleasing, proving you exist in a dream built on illusion, you see people not as they are, but as your unhealed parts hope they'll be. But when you turn inward, when you sit with the ache instead of numbing it, when you stop negotiating your worth just to be chosen, you wake up. You realize the real abandonment wasn't done to you. It was something you learned to do to yourself. Real love cannot grow in the soil of self-neglect. It requires self-trust. And self-trust is built in silence, in stillness, in those quiet moments when you choose to stay with yourself, even when it's hard. That is where transformation begins. And from that inner alignment, love is no longer about possession or performance. It becomes a reflection of your own peace. You stop begging to be seen and start recognizing yourself in the mirror. That's when you realize it was never about whether someone else could love you deeply. It was always about whether you could hold space for your own soul to be free. There's a kind of love that doesn't burn you out. It doesn't trigger your wounds or require you to abandon your voice. It's quiet, steady, and sacred. But you won't find that love until you're willing to walk away from the chaos that once felt like chemistry. Until you stop mistaking intensity for intimacy. Until you no longer tolerate pain disguised as passion. This is where the real work begins, not in finding the one, but in becoming the one who no longer settles for less than truth. When you choose yourself, you change the entire frequency of your life. You stop over-explaining, over-apologizing, overextending. You start setting boundaries, not as walls to keep people out, but as sacred circles to protect your peace. You stop wondering if you're too much or not enough. You realize you are exactly who you are meant to be. And in that knowing, you attract not just a partner, but a mirror. Someone who has done the inner work. Someone who sees you without distortion. Someone who meets your soul instead of feeding your wounds. This is the essence of spiritual awakening. It's the death of self-abandonment and the rebirth of self-acceptance. It's remembering that love is not something you earn by being less of yourself. It's something you invite by being all of yourself. The love meant for you does not confuse you, betray you, or ask you to dim your light. It holds you, sees you, honors you, because you've finally done that for yourself first. If this message reminded you to stop betraying your own heart, comment below. I choose myself first. I honor my truth. Your words matter, and your healing begins with self-recognition. 8. Individuation is the foundation of conscious love. Individuation is not just a concept, it is the sacred path of becoming whole. According to Carl Jung, we cannot truly love another until we have reclaimed the disowned, forgotten, and wounded parts of ourselves. Too often, people enter relationships hoping to be completed, but this leads only to illusion. Real love isn't about merging into one another or dissolving our identity in the name of romance. It is about two whole beings walking side by side, grounded in their own essence, choosing one another from a place of fullness rather than emptiness. When we skip the inner work and rush into love, what we often experience isn't fate, it's projection. We look at someone and unconsciously assign them roles born from our childhood pain, unmet emotional needs, or internal wounds. The more intense the connection, the more it can reflect what we have yet to face within ourselves. That's why so many fated-feeling relationships are actually mirrors, revealing the parts of us we've been unwilling to acknowledge. They feel magical, yet chaotic, intimate, yet destabilizing. These aren't accidents. They are wake-up calls from the soul. Spiritual wisdom teaches that the heartache we encounter in love is often the exact medicine we need to grow. A relationship that seems destined but ends painfully may not have failed. It may have succeeded in waking us up. It showed us where we still abandon ourselves, what patterns we repeat, and which wounds we project onto others. If we're courageous enough to stay with this discomfort, to sit in the fire without rushing to escape it, something powerful happens. We stop chasing love to heal our pain and start healing our pain to experience real love. This is the core of individuation, the process of integration, where we become responsible for our own inner landscape. Instead of needing someone to fill the void, we learn to hold space for our own emotions, desires, and fears. And as we become whole, we begin to attract relationships that are no longer rooted in trauma bonds or unconscious expectations. We begin to choose love from clarity, not compulsion. We stop asking, "Will this person save me?" and begin asking, "Can we walk together in truth, even through the storm?" There's a quiet strength in this kind of love. It doesn't rush to possess. It honors boundaries. It creates space for the other person to be fully themselves. And it grows from shared purpose rather than mutual escape. These relationships may not have the fireworks of a karmic entanglement, but they offer something far richer: stability, growth, and soul-aligned companionship. Spiritual awakening through love means we stop romanticizing chaos. We no longer confuse emotional highs with deep connection. Instead, we value peace, resonance, and presence. We stop asking, "Is this the one?" and start living as if we are already whole because we are. When two people meet from this level of awareness, their love doesn't consume them. It elevates them. It doesn't complete them. It enhances what's already complete. That is the essence of conscious love. And it begins not with finding the right person, but with becoming the person who no longer seeks salvation in someone else's arms. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the mysteries of the heart and the soul. Whether you believe that love is written in the stars or carved into your psyche, remember, every connection holds meaning, and every emotion is a guide. If this message has stirred something within you, don't keep it to yourself. Like this video, share it with someone who might need it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights into the deeper layers of life and love. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos on destiny, healing, and the truth of who you really are. Until next time, trust the path your soul remembers. Nine signs your soul is rising, but no one told you. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt like you're changing on a soul level, but no one warned you what it would feel like? In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore 9 powerful signs your soul is rising based on the timeless insights of Carl Jung. These aren't just theories. They're invitations to grow, to awaken, and to live more consciously. As you watch, think about how these signs may already be showing up in your life. Have you experienced any of them? Let us know in the comments. We'd love to hear your story. And if this message speaks to your journey, don't forget to like and share it with someone who needs this awakening too. Your soul's evolution is not a mystery, it's a map. Let's decode it together. Sign 1. The awakening pain. Spiritual awakening doesn't begin with light. It begins with pain, deep, confusing, unshakable pain that disrupts the comfort of your old life. You start to feel lost in familiar places, emotionally detached from routines, and unsure of who you are becoming. This discomfort is not a failure or a breakdown. It's the first spark of your transformation. Carl Jung taught that when the soul stirs, the shadow emerges. This shadow isn't evil. It's simply everything you've pushed aside, your unacknowledged truths, buried wounds, and suppressed feelings. Awakening demands that you turn inward and meet this shadow face to face. The moment you do, the mask begins to crack. The persona you built to survive the roles you played, the versions of yourself you performed, begin to dissolve. You may feel like your old identity is dying. That's because it is. Emotional chaos floods the surface. You cry easily, feel everything more intensely, and question everything you once believed. But this storm isn't destructive, it's cleansing. In Jung's view, what looks like a breakdown is actually the ego falling apart to make space for your real self. The inner tension, the war between your past self and your rising soul, is painful but necessary. From that friction, the true self is born. At this stage, emotions you buried in childhood come back with force. Memories you forgot begin to haunt your waking moments. Tears fall for reasons you can't explain. But none of this is weakness. These are signs your heart is healing. You're no longer numbing yourself to survive. You're feeling to evolve. Even your dreams change. They become symbolic, strange, filled with archetypes and messages that seem to come from somewhere beyond reason. According to Carl Jung, dreams are communications from the unconscious, offering insight and guidance as your inner world reshapes itself. You may dream of old homes, mysterious strangers, or events that feel prophetic. These aren't coincidences, they're spiritual signposts. As your awareness deepens, your sensitivity to energy skyrockets. You begin to sense truth without needing words. You know when someone is hiding their intentions, or when a space feels heavy with unspoken emotion. You no longer tolerate lies, manipulation, or shallow conversations. Being around inauthentic people drains you in ways you never noticed before. This isn't a flaw. It's your spirit protecting itself from misalignment. The ego resists this process with everything it has. It clings to old roles, urges you to go back to what's familiar, and tells you that you're losing control. But in reality, you're gaining something far greater: the clarity of your soul. As the masks fall away and the inner battle intensifies, a higher version of you quietly begins to emerge, one rooted in truth, not fear. What you're experiencing is not a collapse. It's a reordering, a sacred reconfiguration of everything false so that what's real can finally rise. Carl Jung didn't offer quick answers. He offered a map. And this map leads through the chaos, through the shadow, and into the radiant center of your authentic self. Have you ever experienced a moment of pain that led to a deeper awakening? If yes, share your story in the comments so others can find strength in it. If not, comment, "I'm ready to awaken," and let's walk this transformative path together. Sign 2. Sacred isolation. You grow distant from others not because you've changed too much, but because your soul refuses to pretend anymore. The people who once felt like home may now feel foreign. They might withdraw, misunderstand, or even criticize your silence. But this isn't rejection. It's your soul shedding old skins. Your energy is shifting, and those still living in your former frequency can no longer recognize you. You are not being pushed out. You are being called in. This disconnection is not random. It's deeply spiritual. You're not just losing people, you're losing versions of yourself that were never truly aligned. The familiar becomes uncomfortable. You begin to notice how often you tolerated roles that drained your spirit. Carl Jung called this the beginning of individuation, the sacred psychological process of becoming your true self. Isolation, he believed, marks the start of this journey, not its end. You begin to feel what spiritual wisdom has long known. Sacred withdrawal is not a breakdown. It is a breakthrough. Just like Buddha under the Bodhi tree or Christ in the wilderness, your solitude is not weakness. It is initiation. You are no longer distracted by the noise of the world. Silence becomes your sanctuary. In that silence, something ancient begins to stir. Your soul starts whispering truths you couldn't hear in the crowd. Your social roles start to dissolve. You're no longer the caretaker, the entertainer, the one who fixes everything. You stop saying yes just to avoid discomfort. And when those roles fade, so do the relationships built around them. It feels like loss, but it's liberation. You realize that some connections depended on your self-abandonment. And the moment you choose truth over performance, things fall apart, but for the right reasons. Being misunderstood becomes familiar. It no longer feels like failure. It feels like a mirror. When others don't recognize you, it's not because you're lost. It's because you're found. Their confusion reflects the parts of you that refuse to shrink anymore. You no longer explain your path, your dreams, or your peace. Not out of arrogance, but because explanation no longer serves the soul. You grieve relationships that once mattered. There's sadness in realizing you can love someone and still outgrow them. Staying would mean dimming your light, and your spirit cannot afford that cost. This grief is sacred. It means you cared. But it also means you're brave enough to choose alignment over attachment. Solitude transforms into something holy. You're no longer lonely. You're fully present. You don't crave company to escape yourself. You crave truth, stillness, and depth. You're drawn to quiet rituals, journaling, walking in nature, staring into the sky. The external world fades, and your inner world finally breathes. And then, without effort, you stop explaining. The more aligned you become, the less you seek permission. You no longer chase validation. You've heard the call of your soul, and that's all the confirmation you need. Have you ever felt set apart for a higher purpose? If this message speaks to your soul, comment below. I embrace sacred isolation. I am being prepared by God. Sign 3. The ego breakdown. There comes a moment in your spiritual awakening when pretending simply becomes impossible. You can no longer fake smiles in rooms that feel hollow, nod along to conversations that drain your soul, or perform roles that once earned you acceptance. The masks begin to slip, not out of rebellion, but because they no longer fit the truth rising inside you. The person you thought you had to be starts falling away, and while the world might see it as a breakdown, something sacred is unfolding within. Your old persona, crafted over years of survival and social expectations, begins to collapse. The achiever, the peacemaker, the rebel, the good girl or golden boy, all become costumes you're no longer willing to wear. There's a strange grief in outgrowing identities that once protected you, but also a quiet liberation. You are not breaking down. You are being stripped down to what is real. This ego breakdown feels like chaos, but it is spiritual surgery. The false identities, the borrowed labels, the stories that no longer serve you, they are being dissolved. It can feel raw, disorienting, even frightening. But within that unraveling is a profound truth. You are not here to be who the world expects. You are here to remember who you really are. You stop caring how you're seen. The approval of others fades into the background as the desire for truth takes center stage. The mirror of public opinion shatters, and in its place stands a deeper reflection, one that doesn't need applause or recognition to feel real. You no longer seek validation. You seek alignment. Emotional honesty rises like a tide that refuses to be held back. You find yourself unable to lie not just to others, but to yourself. The urge to people-please crumbles. You can't smile through discomfort or pretend everything's fine. Your inner voice becomes louder than external noise, and peace comes not from pleasing others, but from honoring your soul. The roles you used to play become exhausting. You may try to return to them, to the comfort of familiarity, but your body and spirit resist. You feel it in your chest, in your bones, this deep fatigue that's not physical, but spiritual. It is your soul saying, no more pretending, no more performing, no more hiding behind masks that stifle your truth. You feel vulnerable, even exposed. Emotions you once hid come to the surface, and you might cry more, feel more, speak with trembling honesty. But this rawness is not weakness, it is sacred. It means your heart is awakening. You are reconnecting with your truest self, not the version curated for approval, but the one buried beneath years of social armor. As your outer world feels less stable, your inner world begins to solidify. You make choices from a place of deep knowing. Inner authority replaces the need for permission. You stop asking, will they approve? And start asking, does this align with my soul? You are no longer chasing safety in the external world. You are remembering the sanctuary within. And when the identity crisis comes, and it will, you begin to understand that it's not a sign of failure. It is soul realignment. You are in the liminal space between what was and what is yet to come. It feels like confusion, but it is actually the dissolving of illusion. You are being unmade only so you can rise truer, clearer, freer. This stage of spiritual awakening is not glamorous, but it is holy. The unraveling is part of the remembering. Every piece that falls away is a piece that never truly belonged. What remains is your essence, raw and real, ready to rise. If this message spoke to your soul, subscribe and stay connected with our community of awakening. Here, we explore the layers of the ego to rediscover the truth within. Remember, letting go of who you're not is the first step to becoming who you truly are. Sign 4. Synchronicities. Begin. The sudden emergence of synchronicities, those mysterious coincidences that seem to follow you everywhere. Carl Jung called them meaningful coincidences. And once you experience a spiritual awakening, these moments stop feeling random and start revealing deeper truths. You might keep seeing the same repeating numbers, 1111, 2, 2, 2, or come across the same symbol again and again. A butterfly, an owl, a mirror. These aren't just curious events. They are reflections of your inner world, mirroring your transformation back to you in ways only your soul can understand. The more aware and conscious you become, the more frequently these synchronicities appear. You begin to realize that the world outside is no longer separate from your inner thoughts. You think about someone, and they message you. You dream about a situation, and it unfolds days later. Dreams and waking life start to blur, showing you that inner and outer realities are beginning to merge. According to Jung, this is not a fantasy. It's the manifestation of unus mundus, a unified field of meaning where psyche and matter are interwoven. Your awakening is not only internal, it is also echoed in the world around you. Symbols begin to follow you. Owls may appear when you're uncovering hidden truths. Butterflies flutter into view during times of personal metamorphosis. The more spiritually open you become, the more powerful these messages feel. But Jung would remind us, these signs aren't meant to control your life. They're meant to affirm it. They don't make decisions for you. They validate the deeper alignment you're already sensing. When you feel lost, but then see a symbol that connects to your inner state, it doesn't mean the path is chosen for you. It means you're not walking alone. During this process, archetypes come alive. The hero, the sage, the shadow, the healer, they're no longer just themes and myths or stories. They show up in your dreams, in the people you meet, in the challenges you face. They are your soul's language, expressing the timeless forces that move your personal evolution forward. You might suddenly feel the urge to step up and lead, and then someone calls you a natural guide. That's not random. That's the archetype of the hero awakening within you and the outer world responding. Your thoughts start to echo in reality. You think, I need clarity. And the next podcast you hear is titled, Finding Clarity in Chaos. You wonder about healing, and a book on emotional alchemy lands in your feed. Jung taught that the unconscious becomes conscious through signs like these. It's not magic. It's the deeper structure of reality revealing itself through meaning. This is the true nature of synchronicity, the universe aligning with your inner frequency. The more you believe in these synchronicities, the more they appear. Your belief acts like a tuning fork, vibrating with the unseen world and pulling aligned experiences toward you. But the key is not to obsess over them. These signs aren't a script for you to follow. They are whispers of encouragement. They are confirmations, not commands. Your spiritual awakening is not just an emotional or mental process, it is a lived reality. And as Jung once said, who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. As your soul rises, the signs rise with it, reminding you that you're not just imagining your transformation, you're living it. Are you starting to notice the signs all around you? If synchronicities are showing up in your life, it's not by accident. Comment below. I see the signs to affirm your awakening and join others on this path of deeper awareness. Sign 5. Your vision becomes symbolic. When your soul begins to rise, the world stops being literal. A snake crossing your path is no longer just an animal, it becomes a message, a symbol of transformation or hidden fear. A broken mirror doesn't just reflect shards of glass, it mirrors a fractured self-image or the death of an old identity. Even buildings under construction seem to echo your inner rebirth. These aren't coincidences. Carl Jung believed the unconscious speaks in symbols, and once your awareness shifts, the entire world becomes metaphor alive with deeper meaning. Spiritual wisdom teaches that this isn't imagination, it's perception widening, awakening to the language of the soul. You no longer move through life on autopilot. Instead, you begin to interpret life moment by moment, as if the universe is whispering to you through signs, dreams, and synchronicities. A stranger's words, a song on the radio, or even a recurring number pattern can feel loaded with guidance. Your perception deepens. Myth, archetype, and personal meaning emerge from the everyday. Jung called this symbolic sight a function of the rising self, the part of you that transcends the ego and connects with something eternal. You're not just observing your life, you're decoding it. You are no longer just a character in the story, you're the author, the translator of your own myth. As your vision shifts, you start to live a personal mythology. You become the protagonist in an inner hero's journey. Life is no longer random or flat. It's rich with trials, omens, and awakenings. Every painful event becomes a dark forest to move through. Every moment of clarity is a sacred torch in your hand. You realize that your past wounds weren't punishments. They were catalysts. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that healing doesn't erase the scar. It transforms it into a symbol of strength, like the sword forged by fire. You aren't just surviving, you're being shaped. This symbolic vision can make you feel isolated, especially when others don't see what you see. but that's part of the transformation. You're shedding the need to explain your path. You're learning to trust what feels sacred to you, even if no one else understands it. Carl Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And that journey often begins in silence, in solitude, in symbolic visions that speak only to you. You begin to walk through life like a mystic with open eyes, decoding hidden truths and remembering that everything, every object, encounter, and emotion is part of your awakening map. If this awakens something within you, make sure to subscribe for more insights on how your inner vision can reveal deeper meaning in the world around you. Sign 6. Deep hunger for meaning. When your soul begins to rise, you start to feel disconnected from the surface-level distractions that once kept you going. Social media loses its appeal. Small talk becomes draining. Routines that once brought comfort now feel like a slow death of the spirit. There's an ache inside you that wants more, not more things, but more meaning. You begin to sense that your old life was never truly yours, just a script handed to you by society. And now, you can no longer pretend it satisfies you. A quiet yet undeniable voice begins to ask deeper questions. Why am I here? What is my soul really meant to express? This isn't a fleeting curiosity. It becomes a burning inner search. You feel that you're being pulled towards something larger, something sacred. You're no longer content with surface answers. You crave truth, depth, and clarity that resonates with your spirit. This is the heartbeat of a spiritual awakening, and it marks a turning point in your life. You begin to see through the illusion of false gods. Money, status, image, these things start to feel empty, even if you once chased them. You realize they held power only because you gave it to them. Now, that power fades. You're not becoming bitter. You're becoming wise. You no longer need approval to feel worthy. You no longer need to perform to feel valuable. This inner shift isn't about abandoning the world. It's about not being enslaved by it. Instead of chasing external rewards, you turn inward. Philosophy, spiritual wisdom, sacred texts, they suddenly come alive for you. You seek answers not in trends, but in timeless truths. You're drawn to conversations that nourish your soul, not just your ego. This hunger for meaning becomes the compass of your life, guiding you toward what's real and away from what's hollow. Even success, in the traditional sense, begins to feel strange. Goals that once gave you motivation now feel disconnected from your essence. You may still pursue achievement, but now it must align with your soul. If it doesn't, it feels lifeless. You're no longer willing to sacrifice your truth for approval. You want to live a life that feels sacred, not just impressive. In the quiet moments, you find something new peace. You begin to cherish silence, ritual, stillness. You feel more at home in nature than in crowded rooms. Prayer, breath, solitude. These are now your sacred companions. You don't need noise to feel alive. You need connection to the divine. You sense that real power doesn't shout, it whispers. Then something profound happens. You start to see your life as a myth. The betrayals, the breakdowns, the times you thought you were cursed, now you see them as part of a larger story. You're not just living a life, you're walking the path of the hero. The exile had a purpose. The fall was a lesson. And the return is your becoming. You finally understand that you were never lost. You were being reshaped into someone who could hold more light. This deep hunger for meaning is the soul's awakening cry. And once it begins, you can never return to sleep. Comment below, "I am hungry for meaning," if you feel the deep call to live with purpose and awaken your soul to something greater. Sign 7. Dreams become a guide. Dreams become louder when your soul begins to rise. They stop being random and start becoming clear messages from your unconscious, guiding you toward inner transformation. According to Carl Jung, dreams are not just fragments of imagination. They are sacred signals from the psyche. When you're on a path of spiritual awakening, your inner world starts to speak through symbols that bypass logic and reach directly into your soul. A house in a dream may represent your inner self. A snake might carry both the fear and power of change. Water speaks the language of emotion. Mirrors confront you with truth. These symbols, seemingly strange, are ancient keys to your healing and growth. Recurring dreams are not to be ignored. They are messages your conscious mind refuses to process. Carl Jung believed that repetition in dreams means urgency. Something important is rising, something you've suppressed. You may keep dreaming about the same room, the same person, or the same escape. That isn't a coincidence. That's the unconscious knocking louder, waiting for you to respond. If you dare to look, to ask why, you'll find that these dreams contain truths you were once afraid to face. When you finally listen, you break a pattern, and that's when transformation begins. Nightmares, too, carry medicine. They are not a sign that you're going backward. They're the call of the shadow, the parts of you you've buried, denied, or forgotten. Jung taught that these dark figures in dreams are not evil. They're powerful truths, disguised as fear. When you run from them, they chase you. When you turn toward them, they offer freedom. A nightmare is not your enemy. It is your teacher. If you awaken from one shaken but curious, then you're doing the real work, integrating the parts of you that have long lived in the dark. That is spiritual wisdom in motion. You may also wake up feeling clearer, more awake, not because of what happened in the dream, but because something hidden finally made itself known. Jung called this the movement toward individuation, the lifelong process of becoming whole. Each dream you honor, each emotion you feel, each symbol you decode is a step on that path. You're not just sleeping, you're remembering. You're not just dreaming, you're awakening to a deeper version of yourself. Sometimes, archetypes begin to appear. A child, an old wise woman, a shadowy stranger. These are not just characters, they are guides. They are expressions of the universal themes that live within us all. The child might carry innocence or the pain of your past. The elder may offer insight your conscious mind can't access. The shadow may test your courage. Jung believed that meeting these figures in dreams is a powerful sign that you are being initiated into deeper self-awareness. Then comes the moment when the boundary between waking and dreaming fades. You start noticing signs in real life that mirror your dreams. You experience synchronicities that feel like the universe is confirming your intuition. Your life becomes a dialogue between the seen and the unseen. Dreams bleed into daylight. Symbols show up on street signs, in conversations, in the pages of a book. And you realize you are not alone in your growth. Something greater is guiding you, both within and beyond. When this happens, you are living in both worlds. You no longer see dreams as distractions or illusions. You see them for what they are: messages, mirrors, and maps. Your soul is not silent. It's speaking. And your task is to listen, to learn, and to rise. Leave a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss powerful guidance like this. Your dreams are speaking. Are you listening? Type in the comments, "I trust my dreams to guide me forward." Sign 8. Fear of loss, but still going. You fear losing everything. Relationships that once felt eternal. A career you gave your life to. Even your own identity. And yet, something deeper inside you refuses to give up. This quiet persistence isn't just resilience, it's spiritual courage. It's the unexplainable trust that moves you forward when there is no evidence things will work out. It's the voice that whispers, "Let go," even while your world is trembling. That's the beginning of transformation, not when everything is perfect, but when you have the strength to release without knowing what comes next. Letting go doesn't mean failure. It means you've outgrown the shell of who you were. And in that letting go, something miraculous happens. The ego, your inner protector that clings to certainty and status, begins to dissolve. In its place, the real self starts to rise. You don't need to have it all figured out. You just need to allow the old to fall away. The people who no longer walk beside you weren't mistakes. Their exit is not your defeat. It's simply soul divergence. When two paths no longer resonate, the most spiritual act is to bless them and release them in peace. Your old life starts crumbling around you. The job you once loved feels suffocating. Your daily roles lose meaning. Even your hobbies can feel like echoes from a past self. This is not confusion. This is existential metamorphosis. You are shedding the life you were taught to want in order to make space for the life your soul truly desires. What once fit you no longer does, and that's okay. It means your consciousness is evolving. It means your soul is rising. And still, the fear doesn't disappear. It shows up in the quiet hours, disguised as anxiety or uncertainty. But fear isn't the enemy. It's the edge of change. It's the trembling before the breakthrough. When fear visits, it doesn't mean stop. It means you're close. Close to becoming. Close to expansion. Spiritual wisdom tells us that fear often appears strongest right before transformation takes place. The moment you feel like giving up may be the exact moment your true self is about to emerge. With every loss, you begin to gain something far more valuable yourself. Every goodbye, every closed door, every collapse reveals a deeper truth that was hidden beneath the noise. You are not becoming less. You are becoming clear. You are finally remembering who you are beyond the roles, beyond the expectations, beyond the illusions. This is the sacred work of awakening. And yes, there is grief. You grieve the life you once wanted, the dream that didn't unfold, the future that never arrived. But this grief is holy. It's not a failure. It's a necessary death, a spiritual ritual that clears the space for your real life to begin. In that grief, you are not dying. You are being reborn. And in that rebirth, you find something more powerful than control, certainty, or approval. You find truth. If this message speaks to your soul, say it out loud. Even through the fear of loss, I keep going. I trust that what's meant for me will never miss me. Let these words anchor you, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and stay connected for more guidance on your journey. Sign 9. Emergence of the Higher Self. You begin to sense a higher presence, something subtle, yet unmistakably real. It doesn't shout or demand attention, but instead feels ancient, steady, and wise. This quiet voice within guides you not through fear or logic, but through resonance. It's not about hearing actual words. It's about feeling aligned, even when nothing outside you has changed. Carl Jung called this the emergence of the capital S self, the union of the conscious and unconscious mind, the part of you that transcends ego and craves no applause. As this self awakens, you start losing interest in the roles you once played to survive. You no longer seek validation through status, praise, or recognition. You begin to realize that being whole is not about how others see you. It's about how deeply you live from your truth. The more you awaken, the more your decision-making shifts from fear and obligation to inner alignment. You don't act because you're supposed to. You act because it resonates. The pressure to fit in fades, and in its place comes peace, a knowing that your path is not meant to be conventional, but authentic. This shift is not loud or dramatic. It's quiet and liberating. It doesn't make your life easier. It makes it real. You begin to embrace paradox. You realize that joy and sorrow can sit side by side in your heart. Strength doesn't cancel out vulnerability. It deepens it. You stop trying to be only light, only strong, only positive. Instead, you let the full spectrum of your humanity rise. Jung believed that what we resist within ourselves becomes our shadow, and what we embrace becomes integrated. And so, instead of judging your tears or your fears, you begin to honor them. You make space for everything, knowing that your spiritual awakening is not about escaping discomfort, but learning to hold it with grace. The ego wants control, certainty, timelines, but the self trusts. You surrender to divine timing, no longer needing to force things into place. You watch as old patterns fall away and new ones emerge, not because you pushed, but because you allowed. In that surrender, life begins to unfold more organically. You stop fighting reality. You begin dancing with it. The world itself starts to look different. You begin to notice meaning in the smallest things. A song lyric, a chance encounter, a symbol that shows up just when you needed a sign. Synchronicity becomes your native language. The universe, once silent, begins to speak directly to your soul. And you realize it was always speaking, you just weren't ready to hear. Eventually, you recognize something holy within yourself. Not in a grand or boastful way, but in those quiet moments when your presence alone feels like a prayer. You stop searching for divinity outside of you. You realize you carry it within. You are not separate from the sacred. You are the sacred. A spiritual awakening is not a destination. It is a return to the essence of who you are. If this message awakened something deep within you, affirm it in the comments. I am ready to rise into my higher self. I trust the divine path unfolding for me. So if you've been feeling the shift disconnected from your old self, yet pulled by something greater, trust it. These signs aren't coincidences. They're invitations. Your soul is rising, quietly, powerfully, and with purpose. And even if no one told you before, now you know. This is not the end. It's your awakening. If this message spoke to you, don't keep it to yourself. Like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss the next chapter in your journey. Your soul is ready. Stay with us as we rise together. Carl Jung. Why you'll never be free until you know this. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom. In today's video, we're diving deep into a truth that can change everything. You will never truly be free until you understand what's silently guiding your thoughts, behaviors, and choices. Carl Jung's insights are not just philosophy. They are a call to wake up, to explore the hidden patterns within, and to reclaim your power. If you've ever felt stuck, lost, or like something invisible is holding you back, this message is for you. As you watch, reflect on how these principles apply to your own life, and don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments. What part of your unconscious mind are you ready to face today? 1. Your identity is not entirely yours. Most people go through life assuming their thoughts, choices, and desires are entirely their own. But Carl Jung revealed a profound truth. Much of who we are is shaped not by conscious will, but by the unconscious mind. Beneath our awareness lies a hidden realm that quietly governs how we act, what we fear, and even what we long for. Until we confront it, we are merely actors following a script we didn't write. Jung once warned, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This isn't just psychology, it's a spiritual truth. The very behaviors that limit your freedom, the patterns that keep you stuck, often stem from unexamined wounds, cultural conditioning, childhood programming, and ancestral pain passed down through generations. You think you're choosing, but in reality, your choices are being made for you by forces you haven't yet met within yourself. Imagine someone who's outwardly successful, respected, and disciplined, but deep down, they feel empty and restless. They keep jumping from job to job, relationship to relationship, looking for something they can't name. This person isn't lost because they lack talent or intelligence. They're lost because they don't know themselves. They're being pulled by invisible strings, tied to old pain, inherited fear, and a version of identity built in survival, not freedom. Carl Jung understood that to break free from this cycle, you must be willing to look at your shadow, the parts of yourself you hide, deny, or don't even know exist. These are the rejected emotions, unprocessed memories, and disowned traits that still hold power over your present. Until you integrate them, you remain fragmented, and a fragmented self can't be free. Freedom, in Jung's view, doesn't come from achieving more or becoming someone new. It comes from meeting the parts of yourself you've ignored. It means recognizing that your anger may be a mask for grief, that your perfectionism may be a shield against shame, that your desire for control may come from a childhood where you felt powerless. When you see these truths without judgment, you begin to reclaim yourself. This is the essence of spiritual wisdom. Wholeness isn't about becoming flawless. It's about becoming real. The moment you stop running from what's inside you is the moment you start to truly live. Because when you know what drives you, when you face what scares you, when you hold space for your entire being, you are no longer a puppet of the past. You become the author of your own life. Carl Jung didn't just teach us how to think, he taught us how to awaken. And through that awakening, we begin to understand. Freedom is not found in the world outside, but in the courage to face the world within. Have you ever explored the parts of yourself that operate in silence? If so, share what you've discovered in the comments to inspire others. If not, comment, "I'm ready to meet my true self," and begin the journey within. 2. The shadow. Your repressed self controls you. The shadow is not evil. It's simply everything you've buried. The rage you never expressed. The shame you refuse to admit. The fear you pretend doesn't exist. It's made of all the emotions and traits you deny, reject, or push into the background because they don't fit the image you've built of yourself. But what you suppress doesn't disappear. it festers. And eventually, it finds a way to surface through anxiety, destructive habits, broken relationships, or a haunting sense that something unseen is pulling the strings of your life. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." That's the silent truth so many ignore. The shadow doesn't scream, it whispers. It influences your choices quietly, shaping how you respond to love, success, failure, and conflict. It decides who you push away, what you fear, and how far you allow yourself to grow. And the more you run from it, the stronger it becomes. You can try to stay positive, say your affirmations, chase achievement, or even spirituality, but if your shadow remains unexamined, you're just building on shaky ground. Spiritual wisdom teaches that the goal is not to become perfect or to rise above your darkness. The goal is to become whole. And you cannot be whole without acknowledging the parts of you that you've left in the dark. Your anger may be the fire that reveals where your boundaries were crossed. Your jealousy might be the compass pointing to what you truly desire but haven't yet owned. Even your fear could be trying to protect a wounded version of you that's never been heard. Consider the man who ruins every healthy relationship that enters his life. On the surface, he's mature, responsible, even charming. But when intimacy deepens, he pulls away or starts unnecessary arguments. It's not bad luck. It's his shadow. Maybe abandonment in his past taught him to fear connection. Maybe vulnerability feels too dangerous. And until he faces those memories and the emotions buried with them, his shadow will keep steering the ship, wrecking every chance at love, while he wonders why he always ends up alone. There is no spiritual awakening without confronting this hidden self. It's not just a psychological journey, it's a spiritual initiation. To look into the shadow is to claim responsibility for your pain, your protection, and your patterns. And in doing so, you begin to break the unconscious loops that have trapped you. Integration doesn't mean those feelings vanish. It means they stop controlling you. You can feel fear without being ruled by it. You can acknowledge envy without letting it poison your relationships. You can hear the voice of shame without letting it define your worth. The path to freedom isn't paved with denial. It's built on awareness, acceptance, and transformation. When you bring light into the parts of you that were once cast aside, you don't just reclaim your power, you become it. That is the heart of spiritual wisdom. To know yourself so deeply that nothing within you remains unloved, and nothing outside you holds the power to define your fate. Are you ready to face your shadow and reclaim your power? If so, comment below. I will face myself to show your commitment to inner truth and transformation. 3. The collective unconscious and archetypes. You are deeply connected to something ancient and vast, the collective unconscious, a hidden reservoir of wisdom and energy shared by all of humanity. This realm is not built from your personal memories, but from timeless symbols and emotional patterns that have existed long before you were born. Carl Jung called these patterns archetypes, universal characters, like the hero, the shadow, the wise one, and the anima or animus. These are not just figures in mythology or art. They are living energies within your psyche, silently shaping your thoughts, choices, desires, and even the people you're drawn to. The hero pushes you toward challenges, toward courage, toward growth. The shadow hides everything you reject about yourself, your insecurities, your rage, your suppressed truths, and projects them onto others. The wise one shows up when you need deeper guidance, not from outside advice, but from your own inner knowing. The anima or animus represents your inner balance of masculine and feminine energies. These archetypes live in your dreams, your stories, your reactions. You don't choose them. They already exist in you. You've seen this without realizing it. That moment when you trust someone instantly or feel a sudden repulsion. That dream where you're chased by a dark figure. That strange pull you feel toward a life path that terrifies you. These are not random events. They're echoes from the collective unconscious. And if you don't recognize them, they will keep playing out in your life like a script written behind your back. As Jung warned, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Spiritual awakening begins the moment you realize that your suffering, your patterns, your relationships, and your internal battles are not meaningless. They're symbolic. They are signs from your unconscious mind trying to break through. You are not just living your life. You are living a myth, shaped by the stories encoded in your soul. And if you want to be truly free, you must stop running from these stories and start listening to them. When you become aware of the archetypes, you step into your power. You stop blaming others. You stop being confused by your emotions. You begin to ask, who is speaking within me right now, the shadow or the hero? Am I being guided by fear or by the wise one within? This awareness is the foundation of real transformation. This is spiritual wisdom in action. You were never meant to drift through life unconsciously. You were born to awaken to who you really are beneath the surface. The journey isn't about becoming someone new. It's about remembering the deep, ancient truths already etched into your being. When you begin to see your life symbolically, when you learn to decode the messages of your inner world, the external world stops controlling you. That is when true spiritual awakening begins. Stay connected to the deeper truth within you. Subscribe to our channel and join a community exploring the hidden forces that shape our lives, archetypes, symbols, and the collective unconscious. Together, we awaken ancient wisdom, uncover inner patterns, and step into conscious living. You are part of something greater. Let's discover it together. 4. Individuation, the path to wholeness. Real transformation begins when you stop chasing who the world tells you to be and start uncovering who you truly are. Carl Jung called this process individuation, a profound journey of becoming whole by integrating the unconscious parts of yourself, especially the shadow. It's not about self-improvement or fixing flaws. It's about remembering and reuniting with the parts of your soul that were buried beneath years of conditioning, fear, and compromise. To individuate is to face the uncomfortable truths you've been avoiding, to let go of the mask you've worn for approval, and to step into the fullness of your authentic self. This is not a path of ease. It requires radical honesty and deep courage. You will meet aspects of yourself that you once rejected: your anger, your envy, your vulnerability, your unmet needs. You'll come face to face with the pain of pretending, with the cost of performing roles just to feel safe or accepted. But what's on the other side is wholeness, the kind of peace that doesn't depend on circumstances, applause, or validation. Jung warned, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. The parts of you you refuse to face are the same ones sabotaging your peace, your relationships, and your freedom. Think of the woman who appears to have it all: career, wealth, admiration, yet feels numb inside. She follows the rules, meets expectations, plays her part. But at night, she's haunted by a deep restlessness, a quiet ache that something essential is missing. That ache is her soul asking her to return. Individuation is the call to answer that ache, to stop performing and start living. It is not a rebellion, it's a reunion with your original essence. The spiritual wisdom at the heart of individuation teaches that healing isn't always light and serenity. Sometimes it's rage, grief, confusion, and letting go of illusions that once gave you a false sense of control. You must break down before you break through. You must dismantle what is false so that what is real can emerge. Wholeness is not perfection. It's integration, the unification of your light and dark, strength and softness, clarity and contradiction. The self isn't found. It's remembered. It's been waiting under the surface, beneath layers of social roles, family programming, trauma, and fear. To walk this path is to reclaim what was lost. Every dream abandoned for practicality. Every truth silenced for acceptance. Every emotion swallowed to keep the peace. Carl Jung's work was never about theories locked in books. It was a mirror held up to the soul, daring us to look. And when we do, we begin to see that real freedom isn't the absence of responsibility or discomfort. It's the release of everything that is not truly you. This is how you awaken. This is how you come home to yourself. If this message resonates with your soul, repeat after me. I am becoming whole. I embrace every part of me, light and shadow. Let this be your declaration. And if this speaks to you, like, subscribe, and share this with someone on their journey to wholeness. 5. Dreams are messages from the soul. Carl Jung believed that dreams are not just nighttime hallucinations. They are sacred messages from the soul, written in symbols. Each dream, no matter how strange or fleeting, carries deep spiritual wisdom. A snake, a mirror, a tunnel. These are not meaningless images. They are the unconscious mind's way of guiding you, of telling you something your waking self refuses to see. The soul doesn't shout. It whispers through images while you sleep, hoping you'll pay attention. When you see a tunnel in your dream, it may not be fear chasing you, but transformation calling. The darkness could mean you're walking through a season of the unknown, preparing for something new. A mirror may be asking you to face yourself, to see clearly the truths you've hidden from your own eyes. A snake, rather than signaling danger, often represents deep change, healing, and even rebirth. Jung saw these symbols as a living language, crafted by the unconscious to bring healing, insight, and wholeness. Ignoring them means ignoring the soul's attempt to guide you back to your true path. In daily life, it's easy to dismiss dreams. You wake up, shake off the images, and jump into routine. But each time you ignore these messages, you're pushing your soul's wisdom further into the shadows. And what lives in the shadows doesn't disappear. It directs your life without your knowledge. That's why Jung warned, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. The patterns that trap you, the emotional reactions you don't understand, the repeated mistakes they all stem from, ignored inner truths. Your dreams are trying to free you from this. We spend so much time looking for answers outside of ourselves. We chase clarity in books, advice, noise. But the answers were always within, carried by symbols, delivered in silence. Your dreams are your soul's letters, personal, mysterious, and meant only for you. And yet most people never open them. They call them nonsense, randomness, or worse, ignore them completely. In doing so, they abandon their deepest compass. Dreams are not just psychological phenomena. They are spiritual experiences. Each night is a journey inward, a chance to reconnect with what matters most. To listen is to grow. To understand is to heal. And to act on what you've seen is to walk the path of transformation. When you begin to truly pay attention to your dreams, you stop living on autopilot. You stop being driven by unconscious fears. You start choosing your path with clarity and intention. The soul finally feels heard. This is spiritual wisdom in its purest form when your inner world becomes your teacher. The freedom you seek in the outer world begins the moment you decide to listen to what your dreams have been telling you all along. Comment below, "I honor the wisdom of my dreams," if you're ready to listen to the messages your soul has been trying to send you. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications for more insights that awaken your inner truth. 6. Archetypes can possess or empower you. When archetypes remain unconscious, they don't simply influence your behavior, they quietly take control of it. The hero, for example, might seem admirable on the surface. It pushes you to help, to protect, to be strong for others. But when this archetype operates without your awareness, it can become a trap. You find yourself constantly saving others while neglecting your own well-being, burning yourself out for praise you may never receive. The strength that drives you begins to hollow you out from within. You're no longer acting from choice, but from compulsion. That's not empowerment. That's possession. The same is true for the wounded child. It quietly rules your emotional world, making you chase validation, approval, and affection, often from the very people who hurt you. It tells you that love must be earned, that your voice only matters if someone else listens. And without realizing it, you live in reaction, not intention. You let this archetype shape your relationships, your self-image, even your purpose. You feel small, stuck, and dependent, all while thinking you're just being sensitive or loyal. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." These words are not just psychological insight. They are a direct call to spiritual awakening. Because in truth, what you call personality is often just a set of inherited patterns. Archetypes are ancient energies, not personal flaws. But when they remain hidden, they blind you to your own freedom. The moment you see them clearly, everything changes. What once controlled you begins to inform you. What once drained you becomes your power source. The hero becomes a conscious mission, not a compulsive rescue. The wounded child becomes emotional depth, not emotional weakness. The victim becomes a survivor. Even the inner critic, the voice that once shamed you, can become your precision tool for self-refinement. No longer an enemy, but an ally. This is not a one-time insight. It is a path of ongoing inner work, and it marks the beginning of spiritual maturity. To awaken spiritually is to see through the stories you've lived unconsciously and choose new ones rooted in awareness, not fear. The patterns don't disappear. They evolve. You don't get rid of your archetypes. You learn to work with them. You embody them with clarity and balance. You stop reacting and start responding. And in this response, you reclaim your power, not just to survive, but to live with purpose, with presence, with peace. Spiritual wisdom isn't about becoming someone else. It's about returning to who you were before the world told you who to be. And to do that, You must shine a light into the deepest corners of your inner world, not to destroy what's there, but to understand it, transform it, and ultimately transcend it. That is the real meaning of spiritual awakening. If this message helped you see your inner patterns more clearly, don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on transforming unconscious archetypes into your greatest source of power. 7. Jung's work is more relevant than ever. In today's overstimulated world, where everything demands our attention and nothing truly satisfies the soul, Carl Jung's insights have never been more relevant. He understood that the true crisis of modern man would not be material, but spiritual, a deep inner emptiness masked by outward busyness. We scroll endlessly, chase success, and stay distracted, not because we are fulfilled, but because we are afraid to stop and feel the weight of what's missing. Jung warned, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. And that's exactly what's happening now. Our anxiety, depression, and identity confusion are symptoms of a deeper disconnect from the inner self, from the unconscious, from the soul. Freedom doesn't come from escaping pain or chasing pleasure. It begins with turning inward. Jung believed that the path to wholeness comes not through denial, but through integration, facing the shadow, embracing our contradictions, and making peace with what we've buried. In a world obsessed with performance and perfection, this message feels radical. But it is the only way to true healing. When you avoid the uncomfortable truths inside you, you become enslaved to them. When you confront them, you gain power over your own life. A woman I once knew had everything: status, success, and security, but still felt hollow. After years of numbing herself with achievement, she finally broke down. In therapy, she was introduced to Jung's concept of individuation. Slowly, she began to uncover the forgotten parts of herself: the child who never felt safe, the teenager who silenced her creativity, the woman who pretended confidence to hide fear. As she embraced these inner truths, she found a strength that didn't depend on anyone's approval. She stopped performing and started living. That is the power of Jung's work. It doesn't make life easier, but it makes life real. Jung never offered shortcuts. He didn't promise instant transformation or feel-good solutions. What he offered was a path that required courage, the path of spiritual awakening through self-knowledge. He believed that we are not just minds and bodies, but souls longing to be understood. And until we listen to that longing, we will stay stuck repeating the same patterns, falling into the same relationships, facing the same emptiness. Jung's message is not one of judgment, but of invitation. He invites us to explore the unconscious, to decode our dreams, to understand the archetypes that live within us, and to reclaim the parts of ourselves we've lost. The spiritual wisdom he left behind reminds us that healing isn't about becoming someone new. It's about remembering who we've always been beneath the masks. And as you walk this path, you begin to see clearly. Your suffering has meaning, your fears are teachers, and your soul has always been guiding you home. To honor your journey toward deeper truth and inner clarity, declare your commitment. Comment below, "I choose soul over noise," to affirm your path and inspire others to reconnect with what truly matters. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the mind of Carl Jung. Remember, true freedom begins the moment you become aware of the unconscious forces shaping your life. The path to awakening isn't always easy, but it's the only path that leads to real power, healing, and inner peace. If this message spoke to you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Make sure you turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos filled with insight, depth, and transformation. Until next time, stay curious, stay conscious, and keep walking the path of wisdom. Scissors, when someone is meant for you, you will know. Here's why. What is meant for you will never miss you, and what misses you was never meant for you. This timeless truth echoes through the teachings of Carl Jung, who believed that deep soul connections are not coincidences, but calling signs from the unconscious, guiding you toward wholeness. In today's video, we explore the spiritual wisdom behind knowing when someone is truly meant for you. These insights can help you recognize divine timing, understand synchronicities, and embrace the people who awaken your soul's journey. Have you ever met someone who felt strangely familiar, like you've known them forever? Share your experience in the comments below. And don't forget to like, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell to receive more profound truths for your personal growth and happiness. 1. Soul recognition feels instant and deep. You lock eyes with someone, and there's no need for introductions. You don't know their name, their story, or where they're from, but something in you softens, pauses, and remembers. This isn't fantasy. This is soul recognition. It's the kind of encounter Carl Jung described when he spoke of meaningful coincidences, moments where the inner world of the psyche aligns with the outer world, creating a powerful sense of knowing. You don't have to explain it. You don't have to prove it. You just feel it. A calm settles over you, not excitement or obsession, but a quiet certainty, as if a missing piece of your story just walked into the room. Carl Jung believed that when two souls are meant to connect, their meeting isn't the result of chance, but of deeper psychic patterns archetypes that emerge from the collective unconscious. That's why, in these rare moments, you feel like you've known the person forever, even if it's only been minutes. This isn't about romance or desire. It's about resonance. Their presence doesn't feel foreign. It feels familiar, like a home you forgot you remembered. The connection is subtle, sacred, and surprisingly still. There's no urgency, no need to chase or define, only the feeling of rightness. Think about all the moments in life that feel random. The stranger who says exactly what you needed to hear. The friend you meet by coincidence, but who ends up shaping your path. These aren't coincidences. They're synchronicities, what Jung described as meaningful events that arise when your inner world is ready to reflect a new truth back to you through another person. These soul-aligned encounters feel effortless, as if the universe choreographed a silent dance just for your recognition. Take Rachel's story. She had just ended a long relationship, moved to a new city, and was browsing through books on a rainy afternoon. She wasn't searching for love or healing. She was simply present with herself. That's when she met him, a man reaching for the same poetry book. The conversation flowed like water. She later said, "It felt like my heart recognized his voice before my mind could." That's what happens when you are in alignment with your deeper self-life, places the right people on your path without force or effort. This is why inner work matters. Until you know yourself, until you strip away the masks and noise, you won't recognize what's real. You may find yourself chasing illusions, confusing intensity with depth, or chaos with passion. But when your soul is settled, healed, and whole, you won't crave drama. You'll crave peace. And those meant for you will bring peace, not confusion. You won't have to wonder where you stand. The connection will speak for itself. The universe speaks softly in these moments. There's no need to analyze or overthink. Your soul already knows. It remembers. It recognizes. That's why some people feel instantly important, not because of their words or charm, but because of how they echo something sacred inside you. When someone is meant for you, it won't feel like pressure. It will feel like presence. It will feel like home. That is the wisdom Carl Jung left us with, not to chase love or force timing, but to understand the depth of our own psyche. Because when you are truly in harmony with yourself, you become a magnet for those whose energy is meant to walk beside yours. Have you ever experienced that unexplainable connection, like your soul instantly recognized someone? If so, share your story in the comments so others can feel inspired. If not yet, comment. I'm open to soul recognition. Let's explore this mysterious journey together. 2. Synchronicity reveals meaningful connections. When you meet someone who is meant for you, the connection doesn't come with fireworks or loud declarations. It arrives with a calm certainty, a sense of inner knowing that transcends logic. There's no pressure, no need to chase or convince. Instead, there's ease, like something in the universe just clicked into place. Carl Jung called this experience synchronicity, the meaningful alignment of your inner world with the outer one. What feels like a chance encounter is actually a reflection of your inner state being mirrored back to you by life itself. Jung believed that when your soul is in harmony, life begins to unfold in patterns that feel guided, even magical. You'll find yourself at the right place, meeting the right people, hearing the right words at the perfect time. These are not coincidences. They are soul signals. Synchronicity is not about luck. It's about alignment. And when it comes to love, alignment is everything. You'll know someone is meant for you because the relationship won't feel like resistance. It will feel like recognition. There is a quiet power in these connections. They don't demand attention. They don't need drama to prove their depth. They feel like the truth. The kind of truth that doesn't explain itself, it simply is. And that's how you'll know. You'll feel a strange sense of home, not because the person completes you, but because they reflect the parts of you that are already whole. They see your essence, not your ego. They resonate with your energy, not your image. Spiritual wisdom teaches us that you don't find your person by searching frantically outside of yourself. You find them by returning to yourself. The more aligned you are with your own soul, your values, your path, your healing, the more naturally you attract people who meet you in that same energy. Relationships built on alignment don't require force. They unfold with grace. And grace, unlike effort, is effortless. You'll also notice that when someone is truly meant for you, they come into your life during seasons of clarity, not chaos. They appear when you're grounded, not grasping. They mirror your healing, not your wounds. They enter when you're no longer looking to be saved, but instead ready to share the love you've cultivated within. That's the hidden order of the universe. It gives you people not when you want them, but when you're prepared to meet them with presence. What Jung's teachings reveal is that love is not about intensity, but about authenticity. It's not about how much you feel, but how deeply you connect. The bond that is meant for you won't pull you out of yourself. It will bring you further in, into trust, into peace, into knowing. Synchronicity is the universe's way of confirming that your soul is on the right path, and the people who show up on that path are not strangers. They are sacred reminders that you're never walking it alone. If this message about synchronicity resonated with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your experiences in the comments below, especially if you've ever felt a connection that seemed written by the universe. Let's continue uncovering these meaningful alignments together. 3. The right people reflect your inner growth. They don't arrive to complete you. They arrive to reflect the version of you that is finally emerging. They are not a missing piece, but a mirror. These people often show up not when you're searching, but when you're shifting. Without dramatic signs or forced encounters, they appear quietly, yet powerfully, in alignment with your spiritual awakening. They carry no chaos, no confusion, only a calm resonance that feels like truth. You don't meet them by chance. Even if it feels spontaneous, it is your growth that summons them. When you've begun to heal your wounds, when you've released the need for external validation, when you've stopped chasing love out of loneliness, something changes. Your frequency rises, your standards shift, and suddenly, the people who once drained you fade, and those who reflect your new energy arrive. They don't have to prove themselves, because your soul already recognizes them. This kind of connection is not built on desperation, but alignment. They don't save you from yourself. They awaken you deeper into who you truly are. Their presence is not about fireworks, but deep recognition. You find yourself speaking less, but understanding more. There is no need to perform, explain, or chase. They hold space, and in doing so, you feel safe enough to unfold. The bond doesn't come from how long you've known them, but from how deeply they see you and how clearly you see yourself through them. These people are sacred mirrors of your becoming. They reflect your courage, your softness, your boundaries, your growth. And even if the relationship doesn't last forever, their impact does. They are not always meant to stay. They're meant to show you how far you've come. You might meet them after a long period of solitude, or after you've let go of something, or someone you once thought you couldn't live without. And that timing isn't random. It's divine. In a true spiritual awakening, you stop chasing love that breaks you and start recognizing love that builds you. You no longer romanticize intensity over peace. You stop calling emotional chaos passion. You realize that the right person doesn't make your life louder. They make your life clearer. There's no push, no pull, no performance, just presence. They feel like a soft exhale, not a storm. So when someone comes into your life and they feel like a calm yes instead of a loud maybe, pay attention. Don't question the simplicity of it. Don't sabotage it because it doesn't feel like the old pain you've grown used to. The right people reflect your light, not your wounds. They don't distract you from your path. They confirm you're finally on it. And when that happens, you don't have to ask if they're meant for you. You'll know. Comment below. I attract reflections of my growth if you're ready to welcome the right people into your life. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of your journey. 4. We're drawn to people who mirror our inner archetypes. We are not just attracted to people by chance. We are drawn to those who reflect something hidden within us. Carl Jung's profound insight into the psyche explains this magnetic pull through the archetypes of the anima and animus. The anima represents the feminine energy in a man's unconscious mind, while the animus is the masculine energy within a woman's psyche. These inner energies, often unacknowledged, shape not only who we are, but also who we long for. When someone enters your life and stirs your soul in a way that defies logic, it's often because they awaken these dormant energies within you, parts of yourself you haven't yet met. What we call chemistry is sometimes the echo of inner wholeness seeking to emerge. You meet someone who seems to complete you, not because they are your other half, but because they embody something your soul has been trying to integrate. A man who has buried his sensitivity beneath years of emotional armor may be captivated by a woman who expresses warmth and softness effortlessly. She is not simply attractive, she is a symbol of his unclaimed wholeness. In the same way, a woman who has long silenced her voice may find herself drawn to a man who speaks with clarity and strength. What she admires in him is also the strength she was born to develop. This is why such connections can feel deeply spiritual, even fated. But Jung reminds us that these encounters are not just about romance. They are about self-realization. The people we feel most drawn to often act as mirrors, showing us what we need to see about our wounds, our shadows, our unlived potential. They are not saviors or soulmates in the fairy tale sense. They are catalysts. They push us into the fire of transformation, into the journey of individuation, the lifelong path of becoming our truest self. Modern love stories often echo this truth without knowing it. Think of the woman who keeps falling for emotionally unavailable men. She may believe she's cursed, but Jung would say she is meeting her animus in distorted form. It's not just about the men. It's about her own relationship with inner authority and trust. Only when she confronts the belief that she is undeserving of true intimacy will the pattern shift. The moment she claims her own inner strength, she no longer needs to chase it in others. One woman, Claire, learned this firsthand. She was a rule follower, a perfectionist, always avoiding risk. Yet she was endlessly fascinated by bold, reckless men. After a series of heartbreaks, she realized these men weren't her destiny. They were messengers. They carried the wildness she had buried beneath fear. Once she began to embrace her own spontaneity, she stopped seeking it outside herself. Her longing had never been for someone else. It was for a part of herself she had abandoned. Carl Jung teaches that when someone is truly meant for you, it's not about fireworks or fantasy. It's about alignment. You will feel it, not in the chaos of obsession, but in the quiet certainty of inner resonance. It won't be about possession, but reflection. The people who matter most are those who awaken your soul's memory of who you were before the world told you to be someone else. They are not always meant to stay, but they are always meant to reveal. If you feel the pull of deep inner transformation and recognize the mirrors in others, comment below. I see my inner archetype to affirm your self-awareness. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us on this journey into the soul. 5. Love is often a mirror, not a fantasy. Love is often not the fantasy we imagine, but a mirror reflecting something hidden within ourselves. Carl Jung believed that powerful attraction doesn't emerge from fate alone. It often arises from projection, where we unconsciously see parts of ourselves in another. This doesn't make the connection false, it makes it deeply meaningful. When someone enters your life and feels magnetic, what you might really be responding to is your own inner world echoing back at you through their presence. You're not simply falling in love with them. You're awakening something within yourself that was dormant. Jung taught that each of us carries both masculine and feminine energies, the anima and animus, and that we tend to project these unconscious elements onto others. When a person seems overwhelmingly captivating, it's often because they reflect an ideal or emotion that lives within us, but hasn't yet been consciously acknowledged. These projections create a sense of familiarity, of meant to be, even if we've just met. This recognition can feel like lightning. You lock eyes with someone, and your soul whispers, "I know you." But this knowing is not always about the other person. It's about you. It's a signal that you're ready to grow. That this connection, however fleeting or lasting, holds a lesson. And that's the spiritual wisdom hidden in intense connections. They serve as invitations to confront our shadows, embrace our desires, and reclaim the parts of ourselves we've long forgotten. Imagine someone who has always been emotionally reserved, meeting someone who radiates openness and vulnerability. The attraction is instant and powerful. But what they're drawn to is not just the other person, it's the emotional depth they've denied within themselves. This dynamic is a mirror, reflecting not only what's missing, but what's possible. It challenges them to step into a fuller version of themselves. This is how love becomes an initiation, not just a destination. And because these soul-stirring encounters awaken such depth, they often come with intensity and discomfort. They might not last forever, and that's okay. Some people are not meant to stay. They're meant to catalyze. They shake your foundation, reveal your patterns, test your boundaries, and ultimately lead you closer to your authentic self. In this way, relationships become spiritual classrooms. The heartbreak, the longing, the highs and lows, they all serve a higher purpose. This is why love that is meant for you is not always smooth, and certainly not always permanent. What's meant for you will help you become more of who you truly are. It will not ask you to shrink. It will not require you to betray yourself. It will reflect your truth, even if that truth is difficult to face. And when you stop chasing fantasy and start embracing the mirror, you'll find a different kind of peace, one rooted in self-awareness, not attachment. Not all love stories are about happy endings. Some are about sacred beginnings. Because real love doesn't just connect two people, it reconnects you to yourself. And that is the most profound form of spiritual wisdom. To see love not as something you find in another, but as something that reveals who you've always been. If this message resonates with your heart, repeat after me. I see myself clearly through love. I embrace the truth it reveals. Let this be your affirmation today. And if it spoke to you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more spiritual insights. 6. Deep connections. Go beyond logic. Some people make you feel completely seen without speaking a single word. Their presence alone brings a sense of peace, safety, and something even deeper, a kind of awakening that stirs your soul. It's not always about romantic attraction. It's something far more sacred. It's a recognition, a quiet familiarity that speaks to the spirit, not the ego. In their presence, you don't have to pretend, perform, or explain. You just are. And that's enough. Carl Jung once said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." This is what happens when a soul-level connection occurs. It isn't logical or measurable, it's felt. It hums in the silence, in the way they hold space for you, in the way your inner world softens without fear. This isn't about someone fixing you, saving you, or completing you. It's about someone awakening you. Someone who makes you remember the parts of yourself you've long silenced, buried, or forgotten. These are the people who feel like home, not because they offer comfort in a shallow sense, but because they mirror your essence. You don't feel anxious around them. There's no need to chase, to prove, or to perform. There's simply presence, resonance, a calm knowing that doesn't require explanation. You feel grounded, yet elevated, softened, yet more alive. This is the kind of connection that marks the beginning or deepening of a true spiritual awakening. You may not meet them when you're actively searching. In fact, they often appear when you least expect, when you're focused on becoming whole on your own. That's the mystery of spiritual timing. It doesn't follow logic or desire. It follows readiness. And when your soul is ready, the universe moves. The person shows up not as a reward, but as a reflection of your inner growth. Their presence confirms how far you've come and how much more of yourself you're ready to become. Sometimes there are no grand signs or fireworks, only a stillness, a quiet moment where everything makes sense, not through words or plans, but through energy. That stillness is the voice of your soul recognizing itself in another. It's not infatuation, it's remembrance. And that remembrance is more profound than anything loud or fleeting. It's sacred, subtle, and steady. When someone is meant for you, you won't need to force the connection. It won't feel like a chase, a battle, or a performance. Instead, it will feel like returning, not just to them, but to yourself. You'll know it's real, not because they complete your story, but because they walk beside you as you write the next chapter of your own. Their presence won't distract you from your path, it will deepen it. And in that depth, you'll find not only love, but truth, not only comfort, but transformation. If this message resonated with your soul, leave a like and subscribe to our channel. Tap the notification bell so you never miss powerful content like this. And if you've ever felt a connection that goes beyond words, type in the comments. I believe in deep soul connections. 7. True connections trigger inner transformation. Whether they stay or go, the people meant for you arrive with a silent purpose: to awaken what's dormant within you. They stir the still waters of your soul, forcing the shadows to rise and be seen. These are not ordinary encounters. They are catalysts of growth, triggers of healing, and mirrors of the self you've forgotten. Carl Jung believed that relationships are not accidents. They're messengers of the unconscious, leading us through the difficult, necessary process of individuation. When someone touches your inner world so profoundly, it's not because they were supposed to stay. It's because they were meant to transform. True connections rarely arrive with ease. They pull your hidden wounds to the surface and invite discomfort not to harm you, but to heal what was buried. The most significant relationships are not built on harmony alone, but on the tension that exposes who you truly are. Someone who challenges your limits, confronts your fears, or disrupts your patterns is not always your enemy. They may be your spiritual initiator. In Jungian terms, they provoke the confrontation between ego and shadow, a sacred battle that must be faced if you are ever to become whole. You may find yourself asking why it hurts, why someone who felt so aligned suddenly walked away or couldn't stay. But their job was never permanence. Their job was to awaken you. Think of the woman who never stood up for herself until she met someone who constantly crossed her boundaries, or the man who never dealt with abandonment issues until he loved someone who couldn't commit. These people arrive like storms, but when they pass, the landscape of your soul has shifted. You are more conscious, more aware, and more yourself than you've ever been. Carl Jung once said that the meeting of two people is like the collision of two chemical substances. If there is a reaction, both are transformed. This is the essence of spiritual awakening in relationship form. The universe sends you exactly who you need, not who you want, to reflect your emotional maturity, your unconscious habits, and your unmet needs. And though they may leave, the version of you that they unlock stays forever. There's a certain grief in knowing that not all soul connections are built to last. But there's also freedom. You stop clinging and start learning. You stop asking, why did this end? And start asking, what did this reveal? That's when you reclaim your power. You realize that love isn't just about staying, it's about evolving. Some people are not meant to hold your hand forever, but to hand you the key to your next transformation. The lesson is not in how long they stay, but in how deeply they awaken you. And in that awakening, you begin to remember who you were always meant to be. If this message has touched something deep within you, leave a comment of truth. I welcome every connection that awakens my soul and helps me grow. And if you're on this journey of transformation, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. Your evolution matters. Thank you for joining us today on Spiritual Wisdom. Remember, when someone is truly meant for you, the signs won't be forced. They'll feel like home. Life has a mysterious way of aligning hearts, and sometimes the soul recognizes the truth long before the mind does. If this message spoke to you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel. And be sure to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos filled with insights, guidance, and spiritual awakening. Until next time, trust the journey and stay aligned with your heart. Carl Jung reveals the real reason you struggle with self-sabotage. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung's timeless words strike at the heart of self-sabotage. Have you ever found yourself repeating the same mistakes, even when you know better? You're not alone, and the reason may lie deep within your unconscious mind. In this video, we'll uncover the real cause of self-sabotage through the lens of Jungian psychology and spiritual wisdom. What patterns are secretly shaping your life, and how can you break free from them to unlock your highest potential? Comment below with your thoughts or experiences on self-sabotage, and let's grow together. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom. 1. What is self-sabotage and why we do it? Self-sabotage is not a flaw in your character, nor is it simple procrastination or laziness. It's a pattern deeply rooted in the unconscious mind, one that Carl Jung believed arises from a misguided attempt at self-protection. When you begin to step outside your comfort zone, take risks, or approach real transformation, your psyche often pulls you back. Not because it wants you to fail, but because it has learned through past pain or conditioning that safety means staying small, predictable, and unseen. These behaviors show up in subtle yet powerful ways. You delay sending that important email. You pick a fight with someone you care about. You binge eat or overspend right after making progress toward your goals. And just when life begins to open up for you, that inner voice whispers, "You're not ready. You don't deserve this. Something will go wrong." It's not logic. It's fear disguised as logic. It's not your truth. It's the echo of wounds that haven't been healed. Carl Jung taught that unless we bring these unconscious patterns into conscious awareness, they will rule our lives. We will act out scripts we didn't write and wonder why we feel stuck. The shadow, the part of the psyche that contains all we reject or repress, becomes the puppeteer, and we play the role of saboteur without even realizing it. But the moment you shine light on these hidden parts, they lose their power to control you. Consider someone on the verge of real change. They've been offered a dream job, a beautiful relationship, or a creative breakthrough. Instead of stepping forward, they freeze. They doubt. They retreat. On the surface, it looks like hesitation. But deep down, it's the unconscious saying, "This is unknown." And unknown means unsafe. Even success can trigger sabotage if deep inside, you associate visibility or growth with pain. The unconscious mind isn't evil. It's ancient. It holds every memory, every emotional imprint, every protective mechanism you've ever needed to survive. But what once protected you may now be holding you back. The key is not to fight against it, but to understand it. When you stop judging your behavior and start asking, "What part of me is trying to be heard right now?" you begin to reclaim control. Self-sabotage fades when self-awareness rises. When you notice the pattern, question the fear, and offer yourself compassion, something powerful shifts. You no longer act out old wounds you start creating from truth. The journey requires courage, because facing your shadow means confronting pain. But it also brings clarity, strength, and the freedom to live as your whole self. Carl Jung believed true transformation is not about becoming someone else. It's about integrating all that you are. And when you embrace the part of you that's been scared to grow, you no longer need to sabotage your own joy. You become the conscious creator of your path, no longer held hostage by an invisible past. Have you ever caught yourself holding back right before something amazing could happen? If so, share your experience in the comments. Your story might help someone else recognize their own patterns. If not, comment, "I'm ready to break free, to commit to overcoming self-sabotage together." Let's support each other on this path to healing and growth. 2. Carl Jung's insight, the shadow. Carl Jung believed that the real reason we struggle with self-sabotage lies in the part of us called the shadow, a hidden aspect of our psyche made up of all the emotions, impulses, and traits we were told to reject as children. Maybe you were told not to cry, not to be angry, or not to be too loud or bold. Slowly, to fit in, to be accepted, you began suppressing those parts of yourself. But those parts didn't disappear. They simply sank into the unconscious, quietly shaping your behavior from the shadows. This shadow is not just a collection of negative traits. It's where your disowned brilliance lives. The passions you silenced, the confidence you buried, the creativity you tucked away because someone once said it was too much. Jung called this the gold in the dark, meaning the very parts of you you've rejected may be the most powerful. What you've locked away for years in shame or fear is also where your vitality and greatness are hiding. But if the shadow is ignored, it doesn't stay quiet. It starts showing up in self-sabotage. You delay a big project until the last moment. You push away people who love you. You reject good opportunities because you're secretly afraid of success. These aren't signs that you're broken. They are messages from your unconscious, your shadow saying, "See me." The more you suppress it, the more it controls you from behind the curtain. That's why Jung warned, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Think about a moment when you felt you ruined something good. A relationship, a job, a chance to speak up. Most likely, it wasn't your conscious self that wanted to destroy it. It was a hidden belief that said, "You don't deserve this," or "You'll be abandoned if you succeed." These beliefs were born in your earliest years and became part of your inner script. The shadow doesn't destroy because it's evil. It disrupts because it's been exiled for too long. It's trying to come home. Healing doesn't mean deleting your shadow. It means sitting with it, listening, and welcoming it back into the light. The parts of you you've spent years avoiding, your anger, your fear, your shame, become less frightening when you look at them directly. And in doing so, they transform. Your anger becomes your boundary. Your fear becomes your discernment. Your shame becomes your compassion. That is spiritual wisdom in action, not running from the dark, but learning how to dance with it. Jung taught that real transformation comes not by pretending to be perfect, but by becoming whole. That means embracing both your light and your dark, your known self and your forgotten self. When you integrate the shadow, you stop fighting against yourself. You begin to move with clarity, power, and purpose, no longer ruled by hidden fears, but guided by deep self-awareness. The shadow loses its grip, not when you destroy it, but when you listen to it. And in listening, you reclaim your truth. Are you ready to face your shadow and reclaim your hidden power? If so, comment below. I embrace my shadow, to show your commitment to healing and self-discovery. 3. Early childhood conditioning and complexes. From early childhood, we are taught, often indirectly, which parts of ourselves are welcome and which are not. You may have been praised for being obedient, quiet, or helpful, and in turn, you learn to suppress anything that didn't earn approval. Anger, fear, sadness, even curiosity. Over time, these rejected parts don't disappear. They become buried in the unconscious, forming emotional clusters known as complexes. Carl Jung described complexes as the hidden patterns that run your life when you're not aware of them. They show up as the inner critic that whispers you're never good enough, or the fear of abandonment that keeps you clinging to the wrong people. They are not logical, and they don't care about your adult reasoning. They are emotional echoes from childhood, seeking resolution. This is why so many of us find ourselves stuck in painful cycles, repeating the same types of relationships, the same sabotaging behaviors, or the same failures just as we're on the edge of success. Jung called this repetition compulsion, the unconscious drive to recreate early wounds in hopes of finally healing them. If, for instance, your emotional needs were ignored as a child, you might keep finding yourself in situations where you feel invisible, not because you want to suffer, but because your psyche is still trying to solve an old problem. It's an emotional loop, disguised as fate, but truly born of unmet needs that have never been consciously addressed. These patterns are often mistaken for personality traits. You might say, I just have trust issues, or I'm afraid of commitment. But beneath those surface beliefs lies something far more significant. Your forgotten self, exiled long ago, still calling out to be acknowledged. Jung famously said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Spiritual awakening begins the moment you stop identifying with the story you've been repeating and begin to ask, what part of me is trying to speak through this pain? What makes this process transformative is not just self-awareness, but self-compassion. You cannot fight your way out of these patterns by force. You must meet them with understanding, like a parent soothing a frightened child. The fear, the jealousy, the shame, they are not enemies. They are messengers. And when you listen, truly listen, the patterns begin to soften. The grip loosens. You remember that you are more than your conditioning. You are not broken. You are incomplete, waiting to be made whole through the very wounds you've been taught to hide. Spiritual awakening, then, is not a moment of escape. It is a return to what has always been yours. Your right to feel fully, to live authentically, to act not from survival, but from sovereignty. The healing does not lie in avoiding the shadow, but in integrating it. And in doing so, self-sabotage becomes self-understanding, and pain becomes the path to freedom. If this message spoke to you, leave a like and subscribe to our channel. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss content that helps you heal, grow, and thrive. Type in the comments, "I am healing my inner child," to affirm your journey toward emotional freedom and self-love. 4. The paradox of sabotage. It's a protective mechanism. Self-sabotage is not simply a personal flaw or weakness. It's often your psyche's quiet way of protecting you from something deeper. According to Carl Jung, many of the behaviors you label as self-defeating are actually subconscious attempts to maintain inner balance. This process is rooted in what Jung called enantiodromia, the tendency of the psyche to swing in the opposite direction when one extreme is overemphasized. When you overwork, overachieve, or suppress certain emotions, your unconscious reacts by pulling you back, not to harm you, but to protect your sense of wholeness. This reaction can take many forms: burnout, procrastination, emotional outbursts, or even physical illness. It's not sabotage in the way we usually understand it. It's more like your soul sounding the alarm. You may think you're breaking down, when in truth, you're being asked to slow down. You may interpret failure as weakness, when it might actually be an act of inner survival. Your unconscious is trying to bring balance where your conscious mind is chasing extremes. Take the example of a high-achieving entrepreneur who pushes themselves endlessly, feeding their identity on productivity. Their schedule is packed, their phone never silent, and their to-do list never ends. Eventually, they begin missing meetings, losing focus, or making avoidable mistakes. They beat themselves up for not being stronger. But what if those mistakes are actually messages? What if their psyche is creating friction to slow them down, to make them reconsider their priorities, or to restore a neglected emotional life? This is where Carl Jung's insights become essential. He didn't see the unconscious as a dumping ground for unwanted impulses. He saw it as a source of profound wisdom. When the ego is inflated or disconnected from the soul, the unconscious activates compensatory forces. That's why Jung said, the unconscious wants to flow into consciousness and be integrated. The very behaviors you consider destructive may be signs of that deeper movement. A modern example can be seen in someone who, after years of climbing the corporate ladder, starts feeling inexplicably lost or irritable. They begin turning down promotions, withdrawing from colleagues, or doubting their own abilities. From the outside, it may look like they're sabotaging their success, but inside, their true self is pushing against a life that no longer fits. They're not breaking, they're awakening. Their soul is rejecting a life that lacks authenticity. Self-sabotage, in this case, becomes a gateway to spiritual awakening. You must begin to ask, what part of me is tired of pretending? What truth have I buried under ambition or fear? What emotional wound have I ignored for too long? Self-sabotage often emerges when your inner and outer lives are no longer aligned. It's the signal flare of a soul in conflict. By observing it with compassion instead of shame, you allow deeper truths to surface. Carl Jung's teachings remind us that the psyche always seeks integration. When you suppress your needs, neglect your emotions, or chase goals that don't align with your inner truth, your unconscious resists not to punish you, but to pull you back into wholeness. That resistance may look like sabotage, but in reality, it's a sacred form of self-correction. By turning toward it and listening closely, you may uncover the very wisdom you've been searching for. If you're ready to embrace the deeper wisdom behind your patterns, comment below. I honor the balance within. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss more powerful insights like this. 5. Shadow work and individuation. Jung believed that the key to becoming a whole and authentic self lies not in perfection, but in integration. The parts of us we try to hide, our anger, our shame, our fears, don't disappear. They form what he called the shadow, a hidden realm of the unconscious where all our repressed emotions and denied traits live. Most people spend their lives trying to outrun their shadow, wearing masks to appear strong, good, or acceptable. But in doing so, they create internal division. The more we deny the shadow, the more power it gains. It shows up in self-sabotage, broken relationships, repeated patterns, and quiet suffering. True transformation begins when we stop suppressing these darker parts of ourselves and instead begin to meet them with compassion. To grow spiritually and emotionally, we must face what we've rejected within us, not with judgment, but with honesty and gentleness. That's where real strength lies, in turning toward our pain rather than away from it. This is the heart of spiritual wisdom, knowing that what you resist persists, but what you embrace, you can transform. When you listen to the voice beneath your anger or sadness, you'll often find an old wound still bleeding, still waiting to be seen. Healing is not about removing the pain, but allowing it to be heard, to breathe, to guide you back to your true self. The shadow isn't your enemy, it's your teacher. Every trigger, every overreaction, every insecurity is a doorway into deeper self-understanding. And yet, resistance to this work is natural. It's easier to blame external circumstances than to admit that some part of you is afraid of who you might become. As Jung once pointed out, many people fear their own potential more than they fear failure. Why? Because stepping into your highest self means letting go of everything you've built your identity around. The need to be liked, the fear of judgment, the belief that you're not enough. It means breaking free from the familiar discomfort of old stories and rewriting your narrative from a place of conscious choice. Individuation is not about becoming someone else. It's about returning to yourself. But that return requires courage. It means asking difficult questions and sitting with uncomfortable answers. It asks you to welcome not only your light, but your darkness. To understand that you are both. To realize that spiritual wisdom doesn't ask you to become perfect, it asks you to become real. And to be real, you must be whole. Whole means you have accepted your flaws, your rage, your tenderness, your power, all as sacred aspects of your human experience. This inner work is not a quick fix. It's a lifelong dialogue with your soul. But each time you choose awareness over avoidance, truth over illusion, wholeness over image, you take one step closer to freedom. Not the freedom that comes from escaping who you are, but the freedom that comes from embracing who you've always been. The shadow doesn't disappear. It becomes integrated. And when it does, it no longer controls you from the dark. It empowers you from within. Comment below. I choose to face my shadow if you're ready to embrace your whole self with courage and compassion. Let this be your first step toward true inner transformation and individuation. 6. Tools for shadow integration. Recurring dreams are not just random flickers of the mind. They are messengers from the unconscious, trying to break through the noise of everyday life. When certain themes appear again and again in your sleep, like being chased, losing control, or returning to the same place, it often signals a conflict buried deep within. These dreams are the voice of the shadow, calling for your attention. Keeping a journal beside your bed and writing down the emotions, symbols, and patterns that emerge can help you trace the roots of unresolved feelings or inner divides. Each dream is a riddle, one that reveals the parts of yourself you've long avoided. But some truths can't be unraveled with logic alone. That's where active imagination becomes essential. This is a process of inner dialogue, a conscious encounter with the unconscious. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and visualize the part of you that feels angry, afraid, or ashamed. Ask it what it wants. Ask it what it's afraid of. Let it speak. This isn't about inventing answers. It's about surrendering to the unknown inside you. The shadow is often desperate to be heard, and when you give it a voice, it starts to lose its power to sabotage you from behind the scenes. Expression, not suppression, is the path forward. That's why creative expression is such a powerful tool in shadow integration. When you write freely, paint spontaneously, or let your body move without control, something ancient wakes up inside you. You may find tears you didn't know were waiting, or stories from childhood rising like waves. This process is not about perfection. It's about honesty. Art bypasses the ego and speaks for the soul. And in that space, the shadow doesn't feel judged. It feels accepted. Carl Jung once said, "Art is a kind of innate drive that seizes a human being and makes him its instrument." When you create without filtering, you become a vessel for healing. To integrate the shadow fully, you must also develop a fierce commitment to self-reflection. Notice your emotional triggers. What makes you irrationally angry or uncomfortable? Who makes you feel envious, small, or deeply annoyed? These reactions are mirrors. Often, what we most reject in others is what we refuse to face within ourselves. The qualities you judge, neediness, arrogance, selfishness, are usually unacknowledged parts of your own psyche seeking reintegration. Every judgment is a doorway. Every irritation is an invitation. When you trace these emotional responses back to their source, you discover the blueprint of your shadow. This inner work is not easy, but it is the birthplace of spiritual awakening. When you begin to recognize the silent forces that have shaped your life, your patterns, your wounds, your fears, you stop reacting unconsciously. You reclaim your power. You stop being ruled by inner saboteurs and start living from a place of clarity and wholeness. Integration isn't about erasing your darkness. It's about making peace with it. Because only when the light meets the shadow can you truly awaken. If this message has resonated with your journey of self-discovery, comment below. I welcome my shadow with compassion and courage. Your healing begins the moment you stop running from yourself. Let's walk this path of inner integration together. 7. Psychological maturity is integration, not perfection. Psychological maturity isn't about striving for perfection. It's about embracing integration. To grow, you don't need to erase your flaws or pretend they don't exist. Real growth comes from being able to hold both your strength and your vulnerability, your confidence and your uncertainty, your light and your shadow. Carl Jung taught that the path to becoming a whole person, what he called individuation, requires you to face and integrate the parts of yourself you've been taught to hide or suppress. These aren't weaknesses to overcome, but keys to your inner truth. In a world obsessed with performance, self-optimization, and external success, it's easy to fall into the trap of appearing perfect while internally falling apart. Maya, a successful young woman, is a modern example. She had everything: a well-paying job, polished appearance, and a thriving online presence. But behind the scenes, she sabotaged her relationships, avoided intimacy, and felt chronically empty. It wasn't until she explored the parts of herself she had buried: old wounds, unprocessed anger, and deep fears, that she realized the cause of her pain. Like many of us, she wasn't broken. She was just divided. Carl Jung famously said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." The unconscious isn't just some distant realm. It's alive in your reactions, your triggers, your patterns, and especially your self-sabotage. The shadow, those unwanted emotions and traits you try to push away, gains more power the more you avoid it. But when you stop running and finally turn toward it, something powerful happens. It loses its grip. You begin to reclaim your energy and your clarity. Every hero must walk into the darkness before they rise. The shadow is not an obstacle to your path. It is the path. And just like in every myth or movie, the true transformation comes not from conquering the monster, but from recognizing that the monster was a part of you all along. Growth, then, is not about constant positivity or spiritual bypassing. It's about truth. It's about facing the discomfort and staying with it long enough for it to teach you something real. Integration is not a finish line. It's a practice. It means catching yourself when you're projecting your wounds onto others. It means staying curious about your own reactions instead of immediately judging them. It means forgiving yourself for not being perfect and choosing to show up with honesty instead. As you do this, the different parts of you, your fear, your ambition, your tenderness, your rage, begin to move from conflict into conversation. That's where true power begins. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom shows us that we don't need to become someone else. We need to return to ourselves fully and unapologetically. The pieces we once called broken are actually sacred. And the maturity we long for isn't about being flawless. It's about being whole. To affirm your commitment to true growth, not perfection, declare it today. Comment below. I choose integration to honor your path toward authenticity and inspire others to embrace their whole selves, shadow and all. Remember, self-sabotage isn't just a flaw in your willpower. It's often a deeper signal from the unconscious, asking you to heal, grow, and realign with your true self. As Carl Jung reminds us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. If today's message spoke to something hidden within you, don't let it fade away. Like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights like this. Don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss a new step on your journey toward transformation. Carl Jung, a strong aura is a sign you are an awakened soul. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt like your energy walks into a room before you do? That unspoken presence, that silent power, is not a coincidence. It's a sign of spiritual awakening. A strong aura isn't just about being noticed. It's about being deeply connected to your soul's truth. In today's video on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore how Jung's teachings reveal that a powerful aura is often the mark of someone who has awakened to their deeper self. If you've ever felt misunderstood, intense, or too much for others, you might actually be a mirror to their unconscious. Comment below. I embrace my awakening if this message resonates with you. And don't forget to share your thoughts as we dive in. 1. Carl Jung and the secret of a powerful aura. Carl Jung believed that when a person begins to awaken spiritually, something deep inside them stirs. The unconscious mind, usually quiet, buried, almost asleep, suddenly becomes vivid and alive. This awakening doesn't stay hidden. It moves outward, flowing through every word, gesture, and silence. Jung didn't use the word aura, but he spoke of a powerful presence, a presence so profound that others can feel it before a single word is spoken. It's not a performance or a mask. It's your truth made visible. And this is what spiritual wisdom reveals. Your energy, once awakened, becomes a living signal. This presence isn't created through effort. It's born from alignment. Jung taught that when a person becomes conscious of their unconscious, when they begin to integrate their shadow, confront their fears, and embrace their inner contradictions, they begin to radiate wholeness. And that wholeness is magnetic. It doesn't shout. It doesn't try to convince. It simply is. People feel it before they understand it. They are moved by it without knowing why. It is your aura, not in the mystical sense of glowing colors, but in the deeply human sense of energetic gravity. As this energy grows stronger, it becomes a mirror. And not everyone is ready to face what it reflects. A powerful aura doesn't just comfort, it confronts. It disrupts illusions. It calls attention to what others have suppressed within themselves. This is why those who carry spiritual presence often feel misunderstood. You might notice that some people avoid you without cause or act defensive in your presence, even when you've done nothing wrong. It's not personal. It's energetic. Your very being stirs something in them they haven't yet faced. This is one of the silent burdens of awakening, but it is also sacred. Because being a mirror is not a curse, it's a calling. Jung called this process individuation, the journey of becoming whole by integrating all aspects of yourself. The more inner work you've done, the more your energy speaks for itself. Without effort, your aura becomes clear, firm, and unshakable. Not because you seek power, but because you've reclaimed your truth, and others can feel it. In a world addicted to appearances and shallow interactions, your presence speaks a different language, the language of depth, authenticity, and light. Yet this journey requires strength. Because with a strong aura comes spiritual responsibility. You will light up spaces that are used to darkness. You will bring emotional clarity that others may not be ready to receive. You will walk alone at times, not because you are unworthy of company, but because few are ready to travel as deep as you have. But remember, your energy is not a disturbance. It is an invitation, an unspoken signal that transformation is possible. And in every encounter, you become a spark, a reminder, a quiet revolution. This is spiritual wisdom at its core, not a doctrine, but a way of being. Not something you teach, but something you become. Your aura becomes the echo of your inner healing. And when your presence speaks louder than words, you are no longer just a person in the room. You are the shift. You are the light. Have you ever noticed people reacting to your energy before you even speak? If so, share your experience in the comments below so others can learn from it. If not, comment, "I will pay attention," and let's explore the power of presence together. 2. Signs your aura is too powerful. People stare at you, not because you're loud or seeking attention, but because there's something about you they can't explain. It's not your clothes, your words, or even your actions. It's your presence. It's your energy. Some feel strangely safe near you, like they've known you in another life. Others become uncomfortable, even defensive, without knowing why. But this isn't a social problem. It's a spiritual sign. Your aura is speaking before you do, and not everyone knows how to handle that level of truth. You've been told you're too intense, too emotional, too deep. But those labels don't mean something is wrong with you. They mean your light is leaking through. What people are really reacting to is your soul awake, alert, and alive. When you go through a spiritual awakening, it doesn't just change your thoughts, it shifts your entire energy field. Your aura expands, your vibration rises. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And when you do, you stop blending in. You start standing out, not by choice, but by truth. Being around others often leaves you drained. You don't just hear words, you feel emotions. You don't just observe behavior, you sense the pain, the joy, the conflict behind it. Crowds overwhelm you, not because you're fragile, but because you're wide open. You're absorbing everything. That's what happens when your aura becomes a living mirror. You reflect what others are hiding, even from themselves. Those who are willing to grow will find comfort in you. But those avoiding their own transformation may push you away, blame you, or misunderstand you. Their discomfort has nothing to do with your worth and everything to do with what your energy reveals. You might try to tone yourself down, shrink, make others more comfortable, but something inside you resists. That resistance is your soul refusing to dim for the convenience of others. You weren't born to be tolerated. You were born to activate. Your presence awakens. Your voice shakes things loose. That's why the people who are ready will be magnetized to you. And those who aren't? They'll call you too much because you feel like more than they're used to. That's not your burden to carry. It's their invitation to rise. A powerful aura isn't about ego. It's about alignment. It means you've walked through fire and still carry light. You've faced yourself in silence, and now your very existence calls others to do the same. That's why you're different. That's why you're noticed. That's why some people can't look away and others can't look at you at all. You didn't choose this magnetism. It's the byproduct of your healing, your honesty, your inner truth shining without apology. This is the essence of spiritual awakening. It's not just peaceful, it's powerful. It changes how people respond to you. It changes how energy moves around you. And most of all, it changes how you move through the world. No longer seeking permission to exist, but embodying the truth that your presence is purpose enough. Do you feel this deep in your soul? If you do, comment below. My aura is powerful, and I embrace it. Let others feel your light. 3. When your energy triggers others. Your energy doesn't just speak, it reveals. When your aura is strong, it acts like a mirror, silently reflecting back to others the parts of themselves they've worked hard to hide. And often, what you trigger in them has nothing to do with you. It's their own unconscious reacting to the light you carry. As Carl Jung once said, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. So when someone is uncomfortable around you, it may not be your personality, your choices, or even your words. It's your presence. Your energy awakens something they've suppressed. This is the essence of projection. Jung believed that when the unconscious is not integrated, it gets projected outward. People see in others what they cannot face in themselves. So if someone lashes out at your confidence, they may be hiding deep insecurity. If they accuse you of being too much, it may be because they've silenced their own voice for too long. And when your peace unsettles someone, it could be because they're living in inner chaos. Your calm becomes a reminder of the inner work they've avoided. That's why your light doesn't always attract praise. It attracts discomfort, envy, misunderstanding. Not because there's something wrong with you, but because you reflect back what others aren't ready to face. You can see this everywhere in friendships, where people drift away as you grow. In workplaces, where your quiet confidence draws resentment. In family dynamics, where your emotional awareness makes others defensive. The more conscious you become, the more unconscious material you stir in others. Your spiritual awakening amplifies your aura, and your aura speaks without words. It says, "I see clearly now." And that kind of vision can be unsettling to those still living in emotional fog. Carl Jung taught that the path to wholeness demands we confront the shadow, those hidden aspects of ourselves that we deny or repress. But many avoid this confrontation. So when your energy exposes the shadow, it can trigger resistance, projection, or even hostility. You might be labeled arrogant for setting boundaries, cold for being detached from drama, or intimidating for simply being sure of who you are. But these labels aren't yours to carry. They belong to those who cannot yet see clearly within themselves. A modern example of this truth is Maria, a woman who began a deep inner healing journey. Through meditation and reflection, she became more centered, less reactive, more aware. But as her energy shifted, people around her grew distant. Co-workers whispered, old friends pulled away. One person even accused her of being too calm, as if her peace was offensive. But the truth was simple. Her healing exposed their unrest. Her silence made their noise unbearable. Her clarity revealed their confusion. So if you've ever been misunderstood for being calm, judged for being confident, or disliked for no clear reason, know this: it's not always about who you are. It's about what your presence reveals. Your aura is a mirror, and not everyone is ready to see what it reflects. Stay rooted in your truth. Keep shining, because your energy, though triggering to some, is medicine to those who are ready to awaken. And as Jung knew well, the awakened soul does not dim itself to fit in. It simply learns to walk with grace through a world still learning how to see. If you've ever felt like your energy brings out strong reactions in others, good or bad, know that it's not your fault. It's your light reflecting their shadows. If this message resonates with you, like the video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and share your experience in the comments below. Let's grow in awareness together. 4. Energetic isolation and being misunderstood. People with strong auras often live in a paradox. They are seen by everyone, yet deeply misunderstood. Not because they are strange or broken, but because their energy is too honest for a world built on pretense. Their presence carries a certain intensity, not loud or demanding, but quietly disruptive. It's the kind of energy that doesn't tolerate manipulation, won't fake a smile, and simply can't pretend to enjoy shallow interactions. In a society where masks are currency, this level of authenticity is often rejected before it's even understood. A powerful aura is not something you choose. It's something you embody. It reflects the work your soul has done, the pain you've transmuted, and the truth you now refuse to abandon. People feel it before you speak. They may not know why they feel exposed around you, but they do. That's because your energy mirrors what others try to hide. You don't need to say a word to unsettle someone who lives in denial. Your silence does the work. Your stillness reveals the noise in others. This is not arrogance. This is spiritual wisdom in action. Carl Jung understood this phenomenon deeply. He believed that as a person awakens spiritually, the unconscious mind becomes active, alive, and begins projecting itself into the external world. It becomes a presence, and that presence becomes uncomfortable to those who haven't yet met themselves. You may find that you're the one always being too intense, too quiet, too serious, but in reality, you're just being. And being, in its purest form, threatens the performance-based identity most people live inside. So you end up alone, not because you lack love, but because your love is too real for those who only know how to chase it, not receive it. You end up isolated not because you're unworthy, but because your soul refuses to settle in places where it cannot breathe. You start to realize that the loneliness you feel isn't about the absence of people, it's about the absence of resonance. You can sit in a room full of laughter and still feel disconnected if no one there speaks the language of your soul. But this isolation has a purpose. It's not punishment, it's purification. It's the universe pulling you inward to build something unshakable inside of you. Something that doesn't depend on validation, acceptance, or applause. Something eternal. Spiritual wisdom teaches us that solitude is often the gateway to clarity, and clarity is what strengthens the aura. When you know who you are, you stop entertaining what you are not. Then one day, you meet someone who doesn't flinch at your truth, someone who sees your depth and doesn't try to climb out of it. There are no games, no masks, just quiet recognition. feels like home, not because it's familiar, but because it's finally real. And in that moment, everything you went through makes sense. All the loneliness, all the misunderstandings, all the nights you questioned if there was anyone out there like you, it was all leading to this: resonance. So if your energy feels too much, it's because the world is still waking up. If you feel alone, it's because you're meant to stand out. You're not here to blend in. You're here to be a signal, a reminder, a mirror. You're here to hold the frequency steady until others rise to meet it. That's what it means to carry a strong aura. That's what it means to live in spiritual wisdom. Are you someone who's often misunderstood because your energy refuses to conform? If this message resonates, comment below. I honor my energy to affirm your truth, and remember, you're not alone on this path. 5. Jung's journey of individuation. Carl Jung believed that the deepest purpose of our psychological and spiritual evolution is the process of individuation, the journey of becoming whole by integrating all parts of the self. It's not simply about becoming better, but about becoming real. And as you begin to face your shadow, heal the wounds of your inner child, and embrace the truth of who you are beneath all conditioning, something powerful begins to shift, not just within you, but around you. Your aura strengthens. It no longer hides behind fear or trauma. It becomes electric, charged, alive. You don't just enter a space, you alter its frequency. This transformation isn't visible to the eye, but it's deeply felt. People begin to sense you before you even speak. They feel your presence, your calm power, and sometimes they don't know how to react. That's because your energy has become a mirror. A strong aura born from spiritual awakening doesn't just shine light, it reveals darkness. It reflects back to others the parts of themselves they've avoided. And not everyone is ready to meet those parts. So they may misread you, resist you, or even fear the intensity of your presence. But none of that is about you. It's about them. When you reclaim the energy trapped in your unhealed wounds, your aura becomes a living symbol of your inner work. Every layer of self-awareness you uncover expands your energetic field. And this field carries information. It tells the world you are someone who has faced the fire and emerged with clarity. That clarity doesn't need to prove anything. It simply radiates. You begin to realize you are no longer performing for love or belonging. You've made peace with being misunderstood. You've chosen truth over approval. And that inner alignment becomes your power. A spiritually awakened aura is disruptive by nature, not because it wants to be, but because it cannot conform to illusions. It operates on a different frequency, one that resonates with authenticity, not approval. And so you may find yourself more alone, more quiet, more selective. You no longer tolerate spaces that drain you or people who don't see you. But this is not loneliness. It's refinement. You are being called into deeper energetic integrity, into sacred solitude, where your light can rest and recharge without compromise. What Jung understood, long before modern science explored energy fields and consciousness, is that the unconscious mind doesn't stay quiet forever. It longs to be integrated. And once it is, it doesn't just liberate your psyche, it transforms your energy. The process of individuation is not just psychological healing. It is a spiritual reassembly of all the pieces you once believed were too broken to belong. And when those pieces come together, they create a force field, a magnetic aura that communicates healing without words. This is the signature of true transformation. Not loud, not performative, but undeniable. It's the quiet strength of someone who knows themselves, the energetic resonance of someone who has stopped chasing and started becoming. And that, more than anything, is the essence of spiritual awakening. It's not about becoming someone new. It's about remembering who you've always been beneath the noise. If this message resonates with your soul, leave a comment of truth. I choose the path of individuation. I am becoming whole, radiant, and free. 6. Awakening and the power that needs no words. You no longer chase validation. You no longer shrink yourself just to make others feel comfortable. Now, your aura speaks long before your mouth ever opens. It carries the weight of your healing, the fire you've walked through, and the light you chose to hold on to when it would have been easier to go dark. Your presence alone communicates. I've burned and risen. I've healed in silence. I see clearly now. This isn't fantasy. This is frequency. This is the reality of spiritual awakening. Carl Jung believed that the unconscious mind, once made conscious, shapes not only your inner world, but your outward reality. He didn't use the word aura, but he described the presence a psychic field that extends beyond the body and makes others feel something before they even understand what it is. When you awaken, your energy aligns with that truth. And the result? You no longer have to perform. You simply are. And that being holds more power than years of explaining ever could. You become the person whose stillness silences the noise. In a world addicted to loudness, your quiet self-trust is disruptive. You don't speak to be seen, you speak when there's truth to share. And because of that, people listen. They may not understand why, but they feel it. You've become a mirror, and mirrors don't lie. Some will love you for it. Others will avoid you entirely, because your aura confronts them with everything they've suppressed in themselves. Think of the woman who no longer rushes to prove her worth in meetings, in conversations, or relationships. She's not trying to win people over. She's not desperate to be chosen. She already chose herself. And that energy, that deep, unwavering frequency, it changes the dynamic of every room she enters. Others notice. They lean in, not because she demands attention, but because her energy draws it. That is the power of spiritual awakening, when your healed vibration becomes your strongest voice. Carl Jung taught that individuation, the integration of all parts of the self, leads to wholeness. When you embrace your shadow, reclaim your wounded inner child, and release your dependency on external approval, you awaken the soul. And once that awakening begins, your aura shifts. It becomes magnetic to truth and allergic to pretense. You stop forcing outcomes. You stop explaining yourself to those who've already made up their minds. You walk with grace, speak with purpose, and live in alignment with your essence. This is why your presence now unsettles some people. Because you've stopped abandoning yourself. You've stopped dimming your light. And that alone is revolutionary. You no longer exist to entertain, to fix, or to earn love. You are love. And your aura reminds others of what they've forgotten within themselves. This is not ego. This is the embodiment. This is spiritual wisdom. This is the energy of someone who's finally come home to themselves. As Carl Jung would affirm, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And now, that's exactly who you're being. Not by force, not by strategy, but by frequency. If you feel the power of silent transformation, subscribe now for more spiritual wisdom that awakens your true essence. 7. Be proud of the light you carry. You are not too much. You are simply real in a world that still fears truth. You carry a presence that cannot be dimmed, a force that lingers even after you leave the room. Some call it intensity. Others call it a mystery. But what it truly is the unmistakable signature of a soul that has awakened. As Carl Jung once said, your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens. And you, yes, you have done the hard work of looking inward. That's why your aura speaks even when you don't. It's not just energy, it's your story, woven through your silence, your strength, your stillness. It reflects every pain you've transmuted, every emotion you've honored, and every truth you've dared to hold when the world offered you masks. You didn't just read about healing. You walked through fire and came out glowing. That glow is not decoration. It is a declaration. And while some may not have the language to understand it, they feel it. They sense something different in you, and that difference, whether they admit it or not, commands respect. A strong aura does not mean you are flawless. It means you are faithful to your growth. You've stopped seeking yourself in the eyes of others and started reclaiming your power from within. That is spiritual wisdom in motion, living, breathing, embodied. You don't manipulate light. You are light. And in that light, others see what they've buried. Your very existence becomes a mirror that forces them to confront what they've ignored. Not everyone will like that. And that's okay. Because you didn't come here to please. You came here to remember. To remember your essence beyond conditioning, beyond trauma, beyond fear. And every time you choose truth over comfort, peace over performance, alignment over approval, you reinforce that essence. You become a signal, not a noise, a vibration, not a performance. And that's why your presence often unsettles the unawakened. Because deep down, they recognize something ancient in you, something powerful, something sacred. So when you are called too much, know this. It's just another way of saying your soul refuses to shrink. When people turn away, it's often because your light reveals the shadows they're not ready to face. But do not let that dim you. You've earned every ounce of radiance in your field. And while others are busy hiding behind curated personas, you've chosen embodiment. That is the highest form of courage and the purest expression of spiritual wisdom. To affirm the light you carry, speak it into the world. Comment below, "I walk in truth," to honor your journey and inspire others to awaken the power within. And if this message resonates with your soul, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Your presence makes a difference. Thank you for spending this time with us on Spiritual Wisdom. If today's message about aura and awakened souls resonated with you, know that your light is not a burden, it's a gift. Even when others don't understand your energy, never dim your truth. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe to our channel. And turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming insights on spiritual growth, inner power, and the wisdom of Carl Jung. Until next time, stay radiant, stay grounded, and remember, your presence is powerful for a reason. The behavior of people who have suffered too much in life. The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where we uncover the hidden truths behind the way we think, feel, and connect. In today's video, we'll explore the behaviors of people who have suffered deeply in life, not to judge, but to understand. Pain has a way of shaping how we show up in the world, often turning into silence, hyper-independence, or guarded hearts. But what if these patterns are not flaws, but survival strategies? And more importantly, what if awareness can transform them? As you watch, I encourage you to reflect. Which of these patterns have you recognized in yourself or someone you love? Comment below with your thoughts or share your own story. We'd love to hear how your journey of healing has helped shape the person you are becoming. Let's grow together. 1. Pain reshapes behavior, not character. People who seem cold or distant are not heartless. They're simply protecting themselves. Their quiet demeanor is not a lack of feeling, but the result of emotional survival. Pain doesn't erase a person's true nature, but it does change how they show up in the world. Carl Jung taught that when pain is not brought into consciousness, it hides and turns into behavior. What we often mistake as indifference is actually someone trying not to be wounded again. Their actions are not a reflection of who they are deep down, but of what they had to become to stay safe. Those who've suffered deeply rarely wear their pain on their sleeves. Instead, they build walls, not because they want to keep others out, but because they've been let down too many times. It's easier to appear emotionless than to risk vulnerability again. Spiritual wisdom reveals that these defense mechanisms, withdrawal, silence, overthinking, are not personality traits, but emotional strategies born from wounds that were never given the chance to heal. They're not difficult, they're surviving. Often, the most compassionate people are the most guarded. They've felt too much, seen too much, and learned that being open can come at a cost. What looks like emotional detachment is often emotional overload. What we call strong boundaries in healing language, the world may misinterpret as coldness. But that's because most people don't know what it's like to live with invisible pain. They don't realize that some behaviors are not chosen. They are inherited from trauma, rehearsed by memory, and reinforced by life experience. A person who appears unaffected might actually be deeply moved, but unable to express it safely. Spiritual wisdom teaches us to see beyond surface behavior and listen to what silence is trying to say. That withdrawn friend may be battling anxiety every time they step into a room. That partner who struggles to open up may be reliving the fear of past betrayal. And the one who never asks for help may have grown up in an environment where needing anything was punished or ignored. When Jung spoke about the persona, he referred to it as the mask we wear to function in society. But for people who have suffered, this mask becomes more than a role. It becomes a shield. Over time, they forget where the mask ends and where their true self begins. Healing, then, is not about becoming someone new, but about removing the layers of defense and rediscovering who they were before the world taught them to hide. We must stop assuming that silence equals disconnection and that emotional restraint means someone doesn't care. Often, it's the opposite. They care so deeply that their heart has learned to tread carefully. Every quiet response, every delayed reply, every moment of hesitation is a story, a history that deserves to be honored, not judged. Spiritual wisdom reminds us to meet others not with assumptions, but with curiosity and compassion. So when you encounter someone who seems distant, consider what battles they might be quietly fighting. Don't rush them. Don't push them to perform connection in a way that makes you comfortable. Instead, hold space. Because often, behind the armor is a soul longing to be understood, not for what they show, but for what they've survived. Have you ever hidden your true self just to avoid getting hurt again? If so, share your experience in the comments. Your story might help someone feel less alone. And if you're still learning how to lower your guard, comment, "I'm learning to trust again," so we can grow through this together. 2. Emotional defenses are survival mechanisms. What the world often calls toughness is, more truthfully, a carefully constructed suit of armor built from silent suffering. Behind the mask of emotional distance or control is not a cold heart, but a deeply wounded soul that once learned, maybe as a child or in a past relationship, that vulnerability was not safe. When love was unpredictable, when trust was broken, when emotions were punished or ignored, the psyche did what it had to do to survive. It built defenses. Withdrawal, aloofness, control, hyper-independence. These behaviors didn't start as choices. They were instincts, forged in moments when openness was met with pain. Carl Jung said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." And for many, it's not just the outside world they're guarding against. It's the fear of their own emotions, their own softness, their own unmet needs. These inner wounds, left unacknowledged, don't disappear. Instead, they hide. They shapeshift into personality traits and habits that the world misunderstands. Someone who avoids deep conversation may have once been silenced. Someone who controls every outcome may have grown up in chaos. These aren't flaws. They're survival codes. Emotional defenses are the language of the soul trying to stay safe. And yet, what once protected them begins to imprison them. The wall that kept the danger out also keeps connection out. They long for love, for belonging, but can't fully trust it. Every gesture of care is filtered through old memories. What if they leave? What if they lie? What if it hurts again? The body remembers what the mind forgets. The nervous system flinches before logic has a chance to speak. This is where spiritual awakening begins, not in denying these defenses, but in recognizing them as messages. Messages from the past are still echoing into the present. To awaken spiritually is to ask, is this armor still serving me? Or is it keeping me from what I truly want? Spiritual wisdom doesn't judge the defense. It understands it. And in that understanding, there is space for transformation. Because healing isn't about becoming a version of yourself that was never hurt. It's about honoring the one who was, and still daring to love, still daring to trust, still daring to hope. Slowly, the defenses soften. Not because the pain never existed, but because the soul finally feels safe enough to exhale. Emotional defenses are not signs of weakness. They are signs of history. And when we stop condemning ourselves for being guarded, we begin to understand that these patterns were never about being broken. They were about surviving. But survival is not the end of the story. In the light of awareness, survival turns into growth. Protection turns into presence. And the armor, which once felt necessary, begins to fall away one brave breath at a time. If this message resonates with you, comment below. My defenses once protected me, but healing begins now. Let's grow together by shedding the armor we no longer need. 3. Jung's complexes, emotional wounds that still react. Carl Jung taught that when we experience trauma, it doesn't simply pass. It embeds itself into the psyche as what he called complexes. These are not just emotional memories. They are unconscious emotional patterns that lie beneath our awareness, reacting to the present as if it were the past. They act like emotional landmines, dormant until something in the environment echoes the original wound. and once triggered, they explode in the form of overreactions, anxiety, defensiveness, or silence. Even in safe moments, people with deep emotional wounds may suddenly feel abandoned, rejected, or attacked, not because of the present, but because of what their nervous system still remembers. Someone who has suffered deeply might seem irrational when they're actually reacting to an invisible pain. A delayed message feels like being forgotten. A simple disagreement feels like betrayal. These aren't exaggerations, they are survival responses. Jung believed these complexes behave like fragmented personalities within us. They hijack the mind, take over the body, and temporarily silence reason. You might find yourself saying something sharp, withdrawing, or breaking down, and afterward wondering, why did I do that? The truth is, it wasn't just you. It was the part of you that never got to heal. Take the example of a woman who always handles things alone. She's smart, reliable, successful. But the moment her partner forgets a promise, she doesn't just get upset, she feels completely undone. That reaction doesn't come from this moment. It comes from the little girl who waited for her father to show up and watch the sun set alone. The adult is functioning, but the child is still hurting. And the trigger? It's not the person in front of her. It's the wound inside her. These emotional patterns shape how people behave in relationships, at work, and with themselves. And because they are unconscious, people often feel confused, guilty, or ashamed for being too emotional or too intense. But Carl Jung reminds us that nothing changes until it's made conscious. Naming the pattern takes away its power. Understanding the root gives you space to respond differently. The moment you notice yourself being overwhelmed, not by what is, but by what was, you've taken the first step toward healing. These inner reactions are not signs of weakness. They're signs of emotional memory encoded into your body. They are the reasons why someone avoids closeness, overreacts to silence, or expects rejection even in love. This is not about drama. It's about the psyche trying to protect itself from what once hurt too much. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." When you begin to see your patterns clearly, you stop calling it fate and start calling it healing. The process of becoming whole begins with seeing yourself truthfully, not as broken, but as layered, not as reactive, but as remembering. And each time you pause, notice, and choose differently, you are untangling the thread of your past from the present moment. That's not a weakness. That's what Carl Jung would call individuation, the courage to become who you really are beneath the wounds. If you're ready to break free from old emotional patterns and step into conscious healing, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's bring these hidden wounds into the light together. 4. Silence, isolation, and distrust are misunderstood. Pulling away isn't always a sign of arrogance or disinterest. It's a quiet way the soul tries to protect itself after being wounded. People who've suffered deeply don't always show their scars on the outside. Instead, they retreat into silence, not because they don't care, but because they've cared too much in the past and been left to bleed alone. Carl Jung once said that what we do not make conscious will direct our lives, and we will call it fate. That's exactly what happens when pain goes unspoken. It becomes behavior, patterns, and distance. Silence becomes a shelter, not because people want to isolate themselves forever, but because silence doesn't judge, doesn't interrupt, and doesn't betray. It holds space for what the world so often dismisses. But that same silence, left unchecked, can grow into something heavy. It can turn into a wall that keeps both the pain in and the love out. What once protected the soul can start to suffocate it. People who have been betrayed or emotionally abandoned often develop a deep mistrust, not just toward others, but toward their own ability to judge character. They overthink every gesture of kindness, wondering if it's genuine or if it comes with a hidden price. They may appear distant or guarded, but that's not coldness, it's memory. Spiritual wisdom teaches that this kind of withdrawal is not weakness. It is a nervous system trying to regulate itself in a world that felt unsafe for too long. Isolation is another misunderstood behavior. It can look like laziness or social disconnection from the outside. But for someone who's suffered, it's a way to recharge in a world that has drained them dry. They aren't running from people, they're running from overwhelm. And yet, as comforting as solitude can be, it can also become addictive. If no one enters your space, no one can hurt you, but no one can love you either. When distrust settles in the heart, it doesn't always come from cynicism. It often grows from hope that was crushed one too many times. Each time they opened up and were dismissed, the heart learned to close a little tighter. And so now, even when love shows up with good intentions, they hesitate. They scan for inconsistencies, wait for the mask to fall, because they've seen too much and believed too fast before. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that these behaviors of silence, distance, distrust are not personality flaws. They are responses to pain. They are evidence of survival, not failure. The psyche, in its effort to avoid future wounds, builds defenses that look like personality traits. But deep beneath those traits is a soul that still longs to be seen, to be held, to be safe. To witness someone's silence is to witness their pain. To love them through it is to understand that healing doesn't always look like speaking up, reaching out, or saying yes. Sometimes healing looks like giving space, asking nothing, and simply being there. Because the loudest cries for help don't always come in words. Sometimes they come in silence. Do you recognize this kind of silence within yourself or someone you love? If so, comment below. I protect my peace, but I choose healing. Your words might speak life to someone else walking the same path. 5. The persona, hiding behind strength. Many people who appear composed and confident are not truly at peace. They're just well rehearsed. What the world sees as strength is often a carefully maintained mask, what Carl Jung referred to as the persona. It's a survival strategy, built layer by layer in response to past pain. This mask doesn't just shield vulnerability. Over time, it becomes a cage that disconnects a person from their authentic self. The more it is worn, the more it starts to feel like an identity. But deep down, the soul knows it's not real. Behind this mask is often someone who learned, through experience, that the world does not easily hold space for raw emotion or visible weakness. So instead of crying, they smiled. Instead of reaching out, they became independent. Instead of falling apart, they carried others. The strong one becomes a role so deeply ingrained that even they forget it's a performance. But when the applause fades and the room is silent, a haunting question lingers. Who am I when no one is watching? Carl Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." That's why many people keep the mask on. It feels safer than facing what's beneath it. But there comes a moment in every soul's journey when the persona starts to crack, not from weakness, but from the quiet power of truth. That crack marks the beginning of spiritual awakening. It's the moment when the soul starts whispering, not for perfection, but for presence. And presence requires honesty. True spiritual awakening is not a dramatic explosion. It often starts in silence. It begins in those moments when pretending becomes too exhausting, when the smiles feel hollow, and the strong exterior can no longer contain the storm inside. This awakening looks like sitting with grief you once buried. It sounds like saying, "I'm not okay," and meaning it. It feels like softening after years of being hard. You begin to touch the parts of yourself you had long abandoned just to survive. The persona is armor, but healing is surrender. And it takes immense courage to lay down the mask and say, "I want to be real now." That decision doesn't mean you stop being strong. It means you finally define strength on your own terms. You stop confusing silence with peace. You stop confusing detachment with healing. You stop confusing being needed with being loved. You begin to reclaim the parts of you that were silenced in the name of resilience. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that the path to wholeness is not found in becoming more impressive, but more honest. When you meet yourself beyond the performance, you unlock a deeper kind of power, not the kind that demands attention, but the kind that radiates quiet truth. And in that truth, you are no longer a mask. You are a mirror for others, showing them what it looks like to come home to themselves. If this message spoke to something hidden deep within you, leave a like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss content that helps you heal and grow. In the comments, write, "I am ready to live as my true self." 6. Empathy that exhausts. Wounded healers. People who have suffered deeply often carry within them a heightened sensitivity to the emotions of others. They feel things others cannot see, and their hearts are tuned like instruments to the silent music of pain. This deep empathy can be a beautiful gift, but when it is driven by past wounds, it can quietly turn into self-erasure. Carl Jung spoke of projection as one of the ways we unconsciously cope with what we haven't healed. In this case, empathy becomes a projection of one's own suppressed pain, disguised as compassion for others. These wounded healers take on the role of caretaker not because they are whole, but because they know what it means to be broken. And sometimes, helping others feels like the only way to keep their own pieces together. In the beginning, this emotional availability feels noble. They are always the ones checking in, offering support, staying late, holding space. They listen without judgment, offer without needing anything in return, and are often called the strongest in the room. But over time, the line between service and sacrifice begins to blur. They stop asking for help. They suppress their own needs. They become so used to giving that receiving starts to feel foreign, even wrong. Carl Jung reminded us that the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. Yet these individuals often find it easier to carry the burdens of others than to look inward and confront their own. This is not a weakness, it's survival. Many of them grew up in chaotic homes or emotionally neglectful environments where tuning into others was the only way to feel safe. Empathy became a survival tool, not just a virtue. But now, as adults, that same pattern silently drains them. They overfunction in relationships. They take on more than they should. They feel responsible for everyone's emotional state. And eventually, they begin to feel invisible. even to themselves. It's not that they don't want love, it's that they've spent so long proving their worth through caretaking that they've forgotten they're worthy simply by being. Think of someone like Mia, who seems to have it all together. She's dependable, generous, and always shows up for others. But when she's alone, she's exhausted, emotionally flat, and unsure of who she is outside of service. Her story isn't rare. It reflects a collective wound, especially among those who've experienced early trauma. They give endlessly, but inside, they feel depleted. Their empathy has become a coping mechanism rather than a conscious choice. And slowly, their identity becomes tied to how much they can endure for the sake of others. Healing, then, requires a radical act, turning that same compassion inward. True spiritual wisdom doesn't ask you to abandon others. It invites you to include yourself in the circle of care. You are not a machine built to serve. You are a soul that needs tending, rest, nourishment, and love. When your empathy is grounded in wholeness rather than brokenness, it becomes a light, not a leash. As Carl Jung taught, transformation is not about escaping the pain, but about becoming conscious of it, integrating it, and allowing it to deepen, not distort your connection with others. If this message speaks to your soul, say it out loud with faith. I am learning to care for myself while supporting others. My healing matters too. And if you feel aligned, like this video, subscribe, and turn on the bell so you never miss powerful messages like this one. 7. Love feels risky for the wounded. Even when someone deeply desires love, their past wounds can make it feel like stepping into danger rather than comfort. The longing is real, but so is the fear. These people often hold back not because they don't care, but because their nervous system has been trained to associate closeness with pain. When love has previously led to betrayal or loss, the heart learns to protect itself. This protection becomes a pattern. They may keep their distance, remain emotionally unavailable, or appear indifferent, even when love is all they crave. This behavior isn't a choice, it's a survival response. The subconscious mind, shaped by trauma, often confuses the present with the past. Even in a healthy relationship, their inner world may respond with panic or withdrawal, as if the old wound is being reopened. Carl Jung called this the work of complexes, deep emotional patterns rooted in early wounds that continue to govern our lives until they are brought into the light. And so, what looks like emotional distance is actually fear dressed as control. The spiritual wisdom here lies in the awareness that love cannot truly bloom until we separate current reality from the echoes of past pain. When someone begins to notice their own patterns, when they pause to ask, "Am I reacting to this person or to someone from years ago?" That's the moment healing begins. This is the core of spiritual awakening. When the unconscious becomes conscious and the old story loses its grip. Healing doesn't mean forgetting the pain. It means choosing not to live from it anymore. Still, this process is rarely smooth. Trust isn't rebuilt overnight. There will be overreactions, walls, and maybe even self-sabotage. But spiritual wisdom teaches us that true love doesn't demand perfection. It demands presence. The kind of presence that says, "I see your wounds, and I will not abandon you for having them." The kind of presence that doesn't take fear personally, but instead offers gentle reassurance. Love, when rooted in understanding, becomes the medicine the soul has always longed for. Many people who seem distant or cold are not rejecting love. They are simply unsure whether love is safe. They are trying to protect what was once shattered. And the most courageous thing they can do is to try again, to risk being known, even after being broken. Every step they take toward intimacy is a triumph of the human spirit. It's the deepest kind of strength. Love feels risky for the wounded because their past has taught them that love isn't safe. But when met with spiritual wisdom, patience, and compassion, the walls they've built don't have to become prisons. They can become bridges back to connection, back to truth, back to a love that doesn't hurt but heals. If this message speaks to the part of you that still hopes for love despite the pain, leave a comment of faith. I am open to love. I trust that healing is possible, and love will find me when I'm ready. 8. Overthinking is a defense against feeling. Overthinking is not just a habit, it's a shield. When someone has suffered too deeply, the mind steps in as a guard, building walls out of thoughts and logic to keep the heart from feeling too much. It might look like intelligence or caution, but often it's protection. The mind becomes a fortress where pain is analyzed, dissected, explained, but never truly felt. Carl Jung taught us that insight alone does not heal. True transformation begins only when we feel our pain, not just understand it. Many people who overthink are not trying to be difficult or dramatic. They are trying to survive. They learned early in life that emotions were too overwhelming, too unsafe, or simply unwelcome. So they climbed into the safety of their minds. Every scenario is mentally rehearsed. Every decision is triple-checked. Every word spoken is replayed again and again, not because they're unsure, but because they've been hurt. And the mind became their safest place. But here's the paradox. Overthinking keeps you busy on the surface while keeping you far from the truth. You can't think your way through grief. You can't solve heartbreak like a puzzle. You can't plan your way out of emotional wounds. Healing begins the moment you allow yourself to feel what you've been avoiding. That is the moment when the mind must loosen its grip and allow the heart to breathe. Spiritual awakening is not just about consciousness, it's about courage. The courage to sit with what hurts without rushing to fix it. So many overthinkers are deeply intuitive, emotionally intelligent people who carry hidden scars. Their nervous systems remain on high alert, their bodies bracing for the next emotional storm. But in healing, what's needed is not more mental effort, it's softness, stillness, presence, the ability to stay with what arises, without judgment or escape. When you overanalyze, you delay the arrival of peace. But when you breathe into your discomfort, a new kind of wisdom emerges not from the mind, but from the soul. Jung believed that what we resist persists, and nowhere is this more true than in the realm of emotion. Unfelt pain doesn't disappear. It simply becomes behavior avoidance, anxiety, withdrawal, perfectionism. But the beauty of spiritual awakening is that it offers another path. You begin to see your patterns with compassion. You stop blaming yourself for coping the only way you knew how. And slowly, the walls begin to fall, not all at once, but piece by piece, with every brave decision to feel instead of flee. Overthinking may have been necessary once, but now it may be what's holding you back. Your healing doesn't live in another thought. It lives in a feeling you haven't fully allowed yet. Let yourself feel not to suffer, but to release. That is the gateway to peace. That is where the mind surrenders and the soul begins to speak. And when it does, you'll find that what you were protecting all along wasn't pain. It was your own light, waiting to be seen. If you're still with us, drop a comment below. I'm learning to feel, not just think. Your words help us grow and reach more hearts on this journey of healing. 9. Healing means seeing behavior through compassion. People aren't difficult, they're surviving. That's what Carl Jung wanted us to understand. Behind every defensive reaction, every withdrawn silence, and every cold behavior is a nervous system trying to stay safe. Life teaches people how to protect themselves, often in ways that look like distance or indifference. But these aren't character flaws. They are survival strategies rooted in pain. Jung believed that suffering, when made conscious, becomes the very soil in which transformation takes root. But when that suffering stays hidden in the unconscious, it becomes behavior misunderstood by others and even by ourselves. Compassion, then, is not weakness. It's a lens. It lets you see through the hardened mask someone wears and glimpse the original wound beneath it. That wound might be childhood neglect, betrayal, abandonment, or shame. But whatever it is, it shaped how they respond to the world. You begin to understand that when someone overreacts, withdraws, or lashes out, they're not trying to hurt you. They're trying not to be hurt again. And this changes everything. You no longer feel attacked. Instead, you feel invited to respond with insight. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." That means the people around you, your partner, your parent, your friend, may be acting from pain they don't even know exists. It's not that they want to be cold or reactive. It's that their nervous system remembers things they've never put into words. Trauma doesn't always shout. Sometimes it whispers in avoidance, sarcasm, perfectionism, or control. And if you don't understand this, you'll take it personally. But when you do understand it, you soften. You stop asking, "Why are they like this?" and start asking, "What hurt them into becoming this way?" That shift from judgment to curiosity is a spiritual awakening. It doesn't mean you tolerate harm or abandon your boundaries. It means you see clearly. You protect your peace, but you also see the humanity in others. You learn that everyone is carrying an invisible load, and for some, it's heavier than it looks. The truth is, emotional survival builds armor. But that armor wasn't chosen. It was inherited from moments of helplessness. And it doesn't fall away with logic. It falls away when someone finally feels safe enough to put it down. Maybe your compassion is that safe place. Or maybe your understanding is the light that helps someone recognize they're not alone. Either way, the more you bring awareness to behavior, the more healing becomes possible for both of you. Jung believed that suffering becomes sacred when it teaches you to see. So the next time someone pushes you away, remember, it might not be rejection. It might be fear. And the moment you respond with compassion instead of criticism, you've already begun the work of transformation. That is spiritual wisdom in action. That is what it means to love beyond the mask. To affirm your commitment to healing with compassion, comment below, "I choose to see with understanding." Your words may be the light someone else needs to begin their own journey of transformation. So the next time you meet someone who seems distant, guarded, or hard to reach, remember, it might not be who they are, but what they've been through. As Carl Jung taught us, the unconscious pain we carry often becomes the silent author of our behavior. Healing begins when we choose to see with compassion rather than judgment. If this message touched you, please take a moment to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss a video that could bring more clarity, healing, and light to your journey. Until next time, stay kind and stay awakened.